Hello everyone, and welcome back to another live stream. Today we have some Marvel Snap that we're going to be playing to start, and then we will transition into Pokemon Trading Card Game Pocket a little bit later. There is a PvP event going on right now in Pocket that I am kind of excited to play into because it gives one kind of ranked or one event tied queue, rather than it being split between people saying they're beginners or they're different stances. Sicilian Force, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great morning so far. Thank you for jumping in. As we get ready and get ramped up, and then Fry the Chicken as well, welcome in. As we get ramped up and in here within a minute, you were here within a minute, Chill Pill. And then Irby Face, welcome in as well. Very much appreciate having you here. Krispy Kreme, welcome into you as well. How's the season been going for you guys? This was probably the easiest climb that I've had since I started Snap, which feels wild to say, but it definitely feels like Surtur is probably way overtuned, and I think he's going to be kind of problematic for the entirety of the season until he's no longer a season pass card. What'd you climb with? I climbed entirely with Skaar. A couple of times I switched off and tried other things, and it just did not work as well. So I ended up losing a little bit of ground every time I did that. But this was the primary deck that I climbed with, and it matched into almost everything else very, very well. And so as we're getting ramped up and ready to go, as people are filtering in, I keep running into Scorpion, and it's making me upset. Yeah, Scorpion can be problematic. I think we're going to see a lot of Scorpion, a lot of Cassandra Nova. If it gets to the point where it's like too prevalent or too consistent, where we're running into that like every game, we may try to find a way to tech in like a Luke Cage. But at least right now, I don't feel like that's absolutely necessary. No Bob here. So if you don't have Bob, I would go with like a Nico. Nico has some pretty cool utility. You could go Nightcrawler as a way to have like that mobile one-cost card, so that you can a little bit more freely position your Coal Obsidian. You could do or Zero are probably the three I would look with at first. So funny that Bob is everywhere. Yeah, with people saying that Bob was awful or unplayable at the start of whenever he was released. It's so funny to see him like be the probably best one-cost card in the game. Could call him the Nightcrawler. Yeah, I like the Nightcrawler. I ran it a couple of times, but I ultimately settled on Bob for just like the better raw value. But without it, I would probably lean towards like the Nightcrawler. And then Cho, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. I'm excited to play a little bit of Snap, and we're going to transition to Pocket later on in the day. But I know a lot of you guys were missing out on the Marvel Snap streams, and so I want to make sure that I'm playing a little bit of both where I can. And so as we're still ramping up and getting ready, before we jump in, we're going to run to a quick minute and a half of ads, and then we will be right back, you guys. Is Skaar ever getting re-released again? I think he's slotted for a couple months from now, maybe. He was recently in the caches, but it may be a bit before he's like featured again. But with Surtur, he is very, very strong, very, very strong right now. And so if you don't have him, there's a couple of other ways to build Skaar. I did see. And I tried out like a Moon Girl version, which did okay, but it was a little bit clunky. Like I had some trouble getting like some of those wins that would have been easy with like a more like stat-oriented deck. And then the Edamame, hopefully you're having a great one. I'm doing well. You may be in Adland, but you said Marvel Snap Zone shows Skaar January 18th. Do they have the spotlights up that far. I didn't think we knew about the, like, from December on. But it may just be the new cards that were released that we don't know about. You're not? Okay, perfect. Got to infinite in one day with this deck, 108 games. Yes, it's like silly strong. I think it's honestly probably too strong. We do have a premium mystery variant to pull, and I'll pull that probably in like maybe after a few games. We'll get ramped up, give people time to get in, and then we'll pull the premium mystery variant, see what we get from it. But for now, let's go ahead and kick it off and jump into a game. See how it goes. But yeah, this deck, I think we start seeing a lot of people build around and tech towards countering this deck. Surtur Nerf win? Yeah. I feel like we're not going to see a Surtur Nerf until after the season ends, which is a little bit sad. Because if you're a free-to-play player, you're going to have to deal with the just like absolute dominant nature that this card is. We played Chemmo earlier today. We were able to swindle 4 cubes off of him, but we may not be able to do that again. We have the Armor, Surtur, and Skaar. I'm going to go ahead and snap into it. And we'll play Hydra Bob, kind of hope that he pops over here, because we have the scalability of Surtur, so we could cap it out and still get power there later. And then Sicilian Force, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime. Very much appreciate it. And appreciate you being here. Fenris will help it a bit. That's true. But that doesn't come out for a while. I think that's towards the end of the month, if I'm not mistaken. And then Rinja ZA, thank you so much for resubbing for 2 months at Tier 1. That helps us get a little bit closer to Partner Plus. We actually reached the Partner Plus threshold for level 1 2 months in a row. You have to hit it for 3 for the change to go into effect. And so we need to hit it this month, and so that gets us a little bit closer. Very much appreciate having you here. So the Maximus and Surtur of their own. Interesting. What kind of deck is... I guess the Maximus was from Maria Hill. Do we forego scaling the Surtur here? Yeah, I think we have to. I think we go like Zabu, Silver Sable. We hope that the 6-cost card is an enabler for Surtur. Oh, it's not. That's rough. Articuno, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. Discarding Destroyer and then Vipering Fenris would be a sight to behold. Can't wait. That'll definitely be an interesting sight. So we retreat out of this one. We never win it. Unless this was able to scale Surtur, so that we get a free Skaar next turn, and we could do like the crossbones on the final plus the Skaar. But as is, since they're mashing us with the Surtur, since we didn't get a good resource from the raft, we're just gonna leave. We'll give them the 2. And then Rinja with your tier 1 that kicked us off into a very early on hype train. I appreciate you guys so very much. No Shang-Chi in the deck? No, we're looking to do our high power play, and so we don't necessarily want to do an expensive counter. For the counter or tech tools, I would say pretty much 3 or below. That way you could do like a discounted Atuma plus Juggernaut, a discounted Crossbones plus Cosmo, something to that effect or that nature. I would say a 4-cost would likely be too much most of the time. So you'd end up just doing like maybe a free Skaar plus the Shang-Chi. And a lot of things are floating around to protect against Shang-Chi, like armor and Cosmo. So if we were running Shang-Chi, we wouldn't want those two, just because they create strife with each other. Magneto could have pulled. Yeah, Magneto could have pulled our Surtur away. Oh, Magneto could have pulled their Surtur away. But they had Wiccan down, and I didn't think it was going to be viable. How's Infinite Ladder? It's not bad. It's very much like Surtur, Wiccan, Affliction, Scorpion, and Arisham are like the 3 like headliners that I've seen. Go Silver Sable left. Wise Camera and chat both in top corner. Thank you. I was showing the deck earlier. And so I had moved it. Thank you for the reminder, Kingdom. So they do get Agent Venom, but we get our Surtur, which is amazing. We get Magneto out of the Great Portal again. It's really wanting us to lean into and use that. Actually, with Surtur here, we can't do Crossbones. We can do a Tuma. Maybe it's a Tuma. We could be looking... Oh, it's a Hawk deck. Okay. Hawk or Iron Man could be coming down for them in Daxter building. Yeah, we got Magneto again. Have you tried Surtur She-Hulk dump? I did. I tried it a little bit, and I actually was losing. I tried it pre-infinite, and I was losing rank. It wasn't popping the way that I would like it to, and people weren't overstaying as well. But I like the idea of it a lot. With this, we get the free Skaar. We can do Crossbones, Skaar, Armor next turn, depending on like where and what they position. I play Mobius US Agent. Did find some success. Yeah, I think Mobius has a decent strength right now in countering like that Skaar, like that free Skaar play and the Zabu stuff. And then US Agent also has some decent strength as well at like bringing these bigger cards down below 10 before that final turn. I don't think Surtur is too strong. I think there are too many dogs on the meta. I would almost disagree. Surtur being able to be a consistent like 317 feels wild. Like that, if we think back to the early days of Snap where it came down to like who could position their Chavez better, it feels like so strong for a 3 cost. Like I think there are a couple of things that can potentially hold their own against it, but it is very tough to do so. I can't even play Frigga because of all the dogs. All the dogs are very, very strong. Hi, TLSG, thanks for the question. Yes. Yeah, he feels definitely kind of silly strong. They get, it's an Arsham deck. They get the Surtur from Camp Lehigh of all things. Oof. Well, go Silver Sable right. We can then position Cole Obsidian left or right. Frigga's so good. Too bad Surtur's taking the limelight. I feel like Frigga is a little bit clunky at times. The thing that I've seen her in that I like the most is either like a like anti-Venom, Wiccan, Luke Cage style of shell, or into like a movement bounce style of build that looks to get a really big Human Torch and then pull a free copy back in. The only downside that I see with Frigga is that it gives the opponent a lot of information about like what your last turn range can be. And so it feels like with her, you get a lot of 2 cube games and not a lot of 4 or 8 cube games. Let's go Crossbones. I'm gonna do Crossbones to the left. Is it possible to sub Arrow for Cole? Yeah. I've seen a few versions of this that do run Arrow instead. I like Cole Obsidian quite a bit because it does get impacted by Zabu, but it can be subbed out. Okay, Sandman doesn't really disrupt us too much. Big Thanos. They do scale their Surtur off of that. We're going to try and run them off of the right lane with Juggernaut. And then what we're hoping for is I guess a no Shang-Chi would have to be what we were hoping for. Which feels a little bad, but I think that's what we're going to lean into. I added Shang to this deck and it steals cubes. Does it feel like sometimes you don't have a really like optimal last turn? I guess you could do it alongside Skaar at 2 cost. But you're the second one that mentioned the Shang-Chi and included in it. Hulkbuster on Gladiator. Chimichanga on Gladiator triggers it as well. There's a lot of like weird niche things that end up triggering Surtur. Why is Juggernaut in the deck? I like Juggernaut as like a surprise 3 cost. So if they do something big like a blob in Camp Lay High, this scales by 3. Oh no! We backed off of the Skaar play and I think it was wrong. Oh no.
Face the might of Asgard.
No way. No way would regular Skaar have beaten them left. Oh no. The snap took me off my original like thought line. And I thought we were gonna get hit with Shang-Chi, a blob, something big in the left lane. But it turns out our original play, trusting your gut, yeah, most of the time trusting my gut is what I need to go with. But the snap made me skeptical. That feels bad. I did lose to a Jug earlier today. Yeah. Yeah, Juggernaut is one of those, like, you could take it out for Shadow King. You could take it out for Shang-Chi or another tech tool. But I do like the Juggernaut as a way to, like, disposition their stuff, whether it be a move deck, a Zola, or, like, even just, like, a big tech card. You can protect a lane that maybe wasn't played into earlier and win it for really cheap. Is this the default best version, win rate wise? I ran to Infinite with the Alioth Arrow version. This is the one that I've played the most of, and I felt like was the most consistent. Brandon, sorry. And then Herwick with a Hydrate Reminder. I don't know if this is. I think the best version is probably like a fluid thing. So like as we start seeing affliction or other movement stuff or whatever that ends up being, I think there's a good chance that the best version changes slightly. Like maybe the best version a week from now will have Luke Cage. We don't know for sure though. I think Negasonic could be better than Juggernaut. It could be. A lot of times you are able to grab priority with this deck, and so it's probably not awful. Sanctum Sanctorum, we have a hard time winning. They likely have a Frigga, which we have a hard time winning against since we don't have the Shadow King. We could try to run the Juggernaut wall on the last turn to like shove them over into Sanctum Sanctorum. For Frigga, I had a Madam Web movement and then a Wiccan anti-venom style of shell. Were the two that I was leaning towards. The double Madam Web is a diabolical work indeed. Shifting that Human Torch back and forth can be crazy strong. So we could try to do Juggernaut to displace the Madam Web that they play here. Shouldn't we jug mid? I'm trying to decide if I want to jug mid now or if I want to wait till later. Because there's always the chance that we just... I guess if they move Human Torch, play Madam Web, jug mid might be the play. So Madam Web, we're going to push it out of that Human Torch range. As long as they don't do like the Ghost Spider or something else to afflict that Human Torch. Do the Atuma now. I believe in Hydra. I believe in Hydra Bob. we believe. How do we like Surtur? I'm not winning at all lately. I've been feeling like Surtur is like probably overtuned. The home given said I do now. Thanks for that. Thanks, I hate it. So big dagger. Ooh, really big dagger. I don't think we win even with this. They have a 10 power Human Torch. If they move Dagger, then they couldn't win Sanctum Sanctorum. I think they move like a Madam Web. No, I think they move like a Frigga or a Doctor Strange over into Sanctum. Fortunately, we can't stack the Crossbones. So this only goes up to what, 29? We wouldn't beat it whenever they backfill here. They can only move like Strange and win, right? Yeah, they can move Strange and then drop like the Human Torch here. Then they win right and left. But if they move just the Doctor Strange, we could try to do like a Hydra Bob snap. Move them over here would be 5, 6, 7, 8. They'd have to move, I guess, the Frigga. I don't think it's worth a snap into, though. It's close. Like, we could potentially get it. They could do, like, an Iron Fist. They have Ghost Spider in hand as well, so, like, move a Dagger, Human Torch, Ghost Spider here. I don't think we could compete for these two. Snapping's too transparent. Yeah. That's all right. All right, we do have a premium mystery variant to pull. The last couple of premiums that I've pulled have been regular rares. So maybe we get lucky and get a super rare here. I don't remember the exact numbers or like how many rares before you get a super rare, but I do know it's within like a batch. And so it's not like each one has a chance to get a super rare. And so they definitely control the odds of it to keep the low rolls from getting too low and the high rolls from getting too high. Go ahead and pull it. See if we get a good one. It's not a bad one. I do think we have better Psylocke variants already. Not awful. Yeah, we have quite a few. We'll go ahead and leave that one as is. Maybe one day whenever we get favorites or like a rotating like favorite variants, we can add it into the mix. Did season pass. Boosty said you're gonna get a Momoko. I can feel it. Wrong chat. And then Gavin said the season pass Psylocke beats most. Yeah. Yep. I do like the season pass one. I think it was really, really good. All All right, we're gonna snap because we have the Surtur line. We can double up on the Surtur in Sinister London, and then he just gets absurdly large over the course of the game. We have the Juggernaut to displace whatever they want to double up on the last turn. And maybe, or maybe like a Cosmo to stop them from hitting like a Shang-Chi or something similar. You said, is that you that I just played against? Yeah, yeah. If you were running the Madam Web movement, yeah, that was me that you just played against. The double Madam Web was diabolical. So the Scorpion does come down, trying to stop us from getting like Surtur up and going. Oh, and then a Shadow King as well. She-Hulk enjoyer is is not an enjoyer of Skaar stuff. So, Cosmo. Can always do like this. We have a really good shot in mid. And then we just throw like Skaar Typhoid. No, we get the Tukey retreat. They know it's over. Take it. And then Wolfgang, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. You said me and you are using Surtur very differently. I have him in an anti-Venom Luke Cage magic deck with some 10 power cards and Moon Girl. So I actually had I don't know if I deleted it or not, but I ran a Moon Girl version yesterday, like before I reached Infinite. I had something like this, and let me move stuff out of the way. I had something like this yesterday, and I was actually losing a few cubes. It does have some surprising reach, but it felt like it was really tough to juggle like what one costs we wanted to hold, which ones we wanted to play, when we tried to go for like the Moon Girl double up. Imagine double Surtur, double Skaar. Yeah. Time to be timed out, Skada. Also timeout. Time me out. I'm working on it, Skada. I'm only one man. We'll see you in a couple minutes. Does Surtur proc off of Mankey? It should. If Mankey gets up to 10 power, it should. I do like the Scorpion tech. Surtur not amazing, and you think it's just an okay season pass card? I feel like it's so crazy strong, and like the power output is like so ridiculously big. I feel like it just being okay is a crazy call. And then Vosh resubbing for 6 months at tier 1. Thank you so much for the support. This is your 4th month, and you have 6 more coming up. Very much appreciate the support. That helps us get closer to Partner Plus. This is the last month that we need to hit that first level for the changes to go into effect. And so very much appreciate you. He said, can you create a redeem that's literally just timeout Skada? We probably could at this point, Vosh. So whether he's here or not, someone redeems it and we time him out. So Shadow King, Magic, Luke Cage, Anti-Venom. So a lot of like big stuff into like that last turn flood. Interesting, Hydra King. Kilshi, I tried shooting my shot with a Snap Twitch streamer. I fumbled. Oh no, which one did you shoot your shot with? I need to reach out to him. How do you think Surtur should be nerfed? Probably +2 instead of +3. Him being able to scale off of and be above 10 power with just 2 other 10 power plus cards feels kind of crazy. So no Zabu, that's okay. I think Surtur is obviously strong, but there are a decent amount of counter. There are a decent amount of counters. Yes, but which one? I don't know. They don't all, I don't know, get the job done like I think they need to. And so, like, to be able to do it, you have to definitely run those specific counters with that in mind. I don't know. It feels like the Shadow King situation all over again. Where, like, you have to run Shadow King, you have to run a counter, you have to run Scorpion to address the Surtur deck going crazy. And I feel like you shouldn't have to build whatever other deck you're going with against, or to differently, to be able to handle something that is just decently tuned. I haven't ever talked to Kittens and Caffeine, but I'm sorry that you shot your shot and it didn't work. Let's go Atuma here. They did go Moon Girl, so we can expect a skip into, you know, a flood of stuff. But next turn we can snap to get Hydro Bob here. We just need to win this middle lane is all that we're gonna have to compete for. No next turn. Oh my gosh! Thank you, thank you. Oh, I'm so glad they didn't play quickly. My God. Why did I think there was another turn? Oh, no, ads are about to start. Oh, let's see if we can get this locked in before the ads roll. So they skipped last turn. They got the +5, so they could do double Moon Girl. Oh no, the ads just started running. Like they were queued up. I was hoping that the end would happen before this happened. I'm sorry, you guys. Surge seems nuts when compared to other 3-cost scalers like Bishop, Elsa, or Werewolf. Only Sage is close. I agree, Loaf. Wait. No, no, the double Jeff. The double Jeff is gonna knock us out here. Oh, rip. Pyro, absolutely filthy, I agree. I just always assume Duplessis has 2 of every card in his hand. Yeah. That was an unfortunately very good one. But Jeff is so infrequently ran now that I was not expecting the double Jeff, of all things. And Pixie, good call. Is a new card good? I haven't played this week. Yeah, it's very, very good. I'd say almost too good. What are your thoughts about Malekith? I think Malekith is interesting. She could be one of those cards that is either like the next card that is ran in like every single deck that's looking to get good value or good curve, or could end up being completely irrelevant. Like I think it's a toss-up. And I think a lot of it depends on the details of how you play Malekith. Like, the card that she pulls from your deck, do you see what card is face down so you can then kind of play around it as the player? How good is that deck thinning actually going to be on the last couple of turns? Malekith is a dude. Well, how good is he going to be? I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Thanks for letting me know. I get the season pass. So the season pass, like for Snap, is always the most bang for your buck if you're going that direction. That doesn't necessarily mean that you absolutely have to buy it. But if you're going to spend, typically it's most worthwhile for the season pass. Followed up closely by the gold pass, and then Hydrate King with the hydration. Malekith is also the new Chavez. Yeah. Yeah, I think Malekith was the bad guy in Thor 2. Thor 2 is not... Thor 2 isn't the Dark World, is it? I've watched it at least twice, but he's pulling a big blank for me. Is Dark World? Self with half his face darkened. Gotcha. Thor 2 is bad. Thor 2 wasn't awful, but what if we go Juggernaut? When here, there is a chance they play Vibranium Mines and it shifts over. We're gonna try the Juggernaut armor. And then the Nick, thank you so much for resubbing with your Prime sub for 4 months. Very much appreciate you. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. You said, to be fair, the movie was forgettable. Wait. No. The Dark World isn't where they, like, got infected with, like, that dark energy, was it? I don't think so. For whatever reason, all the Thors run together for me. And then not a ring rat. Welcome in, ring rat. Or not a ring rat. Lurking makes the world go round. Jane got possessed. Okay, so there was a lot going on that. Like, it felt like it was kind of all over. I didn't mind it. Like, I thought it was decent, especially when it was released. But I guess the broad strokes weren't as, like, I don't know. They didn't feel as impactful, so they didn't feel as memorable. Dark World is the one where Loki pretends to be Cap for that one good scene. was a good scene. That scene gets spread all over the place. We have Surtur in our opening hand, so I think we're gonna snap on him. Not all Thors are mid. Oh, Wolfgang, that's a take. You mean the best one in the series, Love and Thunder, didn't change your mind? Ah, no, the Madam Web. Madam Web is difficult for us. Oh yeah, Wolfgang. I was kind of being a little pretentious. Love and Thunder, a lot of people didn't like it. And then Saints8926, thank you so much for the community gifted sub over to Mr. City. Very much appreciate you and appreciate the support. Love and Thunder wasn't bad. It just didn't feel like I guess it didn't feel as much like a Thor movie, so much as it was like a lot of like almost forced quippy like one-liners, which kind of took away or drew away too much from like the overarching main plot line, I think. I didn't mind Ragnarok at all. Oh no, the Toxin is big. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to match up against like all of the big stuff that they're able to do here, I don't think. Our only chance is like a well-placed Juggernaut, and even that is kind of iffy. And then, hey TLSG, difficult question, but do you think Snap is worth continuing to invest money in. A lot of my enjoyment comes from watching streamers like you, Dara, and Dexter. But you're all playing a bunch of other games lately. So I would say if you're not like largely enjoying playing, like for me, I'm primarily just doing the season pass. I don't know what it looks like in the future, because we do have a couple of new competitors in the scene, but like one big update or one big change could really pivot a lot of people back to the game. So I don't know. I think it's kind of in a tough-ish spot. But I don't know. I don't know how to answer your question perfectly. Aranya makes this really difficult, pushing things over to the right. We are worried about a ghost spider. I really don't think we win this one. Aranya should be spent. Oh yeah, they spent Aranya on the Human Torch initially, right? So in that case, no Aranya, but we still have the Ghost Spider. And since we don't have a Cosmo down, it gets pretty iffy pretty fast. I'm going to give it a shot. Maybe we hit a lucky Juggernaut so that we prohibit one of their moves. That's all we can hope for, at least. Oh no, the Shang-Chi tech. And we sent the big stuff over to the left. Oh man. Shang-Chi does us in. And then General Sergeant, you say, hey TLSG, good to see you again. I downloaded Pokemon the other day and pulled 2 Articuno EXs. That is massive in your first 4 packs. So I actually started an alternate like free-to-play account. I have pulled a total of like 2 holos in about 40 packs. And so I'm sending all of my luck your way. You said, is this normal for a new player? You got decently lucky. I don't think it's completely unheard of, but it's definitely a good start. And so now all you really need to look for is, there's a couple of halfway decent decks that are, they call them 18 trainer decks. And so you're running 18 trainer or support item cards alongside like a double Articuno. That way you're guaranteed to get Articuno off the jump. And then it just comes down to a good Misty flip if you can win or lose. Outside of that, you can expand it into the Star Me, Star You EX line whenever you pull that. And you have a really strong water deck as well. The only downside is that Pikachu decks are so prevalent and so strong right now that it kind of keeps that at bay. But if there's ever something that reduces the amount of Pikachus we see, then I think water is like poised to kind of take that next step up. He said the Bazaar and Pokemon being new has meant the Snap viewership has been down this week. Yeah. There's been a lot of like new things to explore, and I don't think that necessarily is like an awful thing. I think it maybe puts a little bit of pressure on like the Snap devs to continue pushing and kind of growing the game rather than it being in like a stale state. And I think those are both new. I really like the Bazaar, but I feel like it's going to be one where it gets a lot of, or garners a lot of attention, and then people fall off or get bored of it, and then like shift back over to their normal stuff. And then Pokemon is a huge IP. They seem like they're dropping a lot of events, a lot of new things, and so there's always something that's kind of engaging. So like a couple of days ago, we had a Lapras EX event that released essentially 2 new alternate versions of cards that are released that you couldn't get otherwise. And then last night at Reset, we had the first PvP event go live. And so there's always like something kind of small that's kind of enticing me back into like checking it out. But Marvel Snap is one of those that with the patches, with the new cards releasing, like it's constantly changing as well, which is, I think is why it's so sticky for me. Why no Surtur upgrading? We probably should. And then Skada with the timeout. You have them stored up today. Oh, wait. Oh! That is a 10-minute timeout for Skada. Can I untimeout? Okay, there you go. There's your 2 minutes, Skada. That's my bad. Let's go with armor, I think, over to the right. I opened 20 plus packs, no Lapras. Oh, Ansich, that is tough. It took me about 25 to get both Lapras, or both copies. I'm gonna throw Surtur behind armor. I can't stand the forced PvE. Completely mindless. I don't mind it from like a casual standpoint. Like as far as the event goes, I think that it did a lot of things that I've really missed from what Snap did. So Snap, like in my recent memory, every rollout or event that they've done has had something that's kind of like either in your face or it feels like an attempt at like gotcha into spending money. So like Deadpool's Diner, you lose all your stamina. It's like, hey, spend this much gold to get back in. Versus the Pokemon event, it is a forced PvE thing. But if you lose in that PvE, it doesn't take your stamina away. So it's only draining your stamina as you win, which I think is a really small like decision, but I think it was a really like pro player decision as well. You said give it time. Yeah, it's still early on, early days still, so it could change, of course.
Who they dig up this time?
Wait, how did you guys play that many games? I used all of my hourglass refreshes on the Lapras event. I used all the hourglass refreshes that I had. This is the only way I can get... Oh, no, we wouldn't get a free Typhoid, would we? Or we wouldn't get a free Skaar. No matter where we play, we don't get a free Skaar off of this. Could be something like this, and next turn we just go Skaar, Typhoid, Mary. May as well... Oh, yeah, I guess we could have just dropped Skaar now. Would have made sense, too.
I am Iron Man.
Do they have a loot cage? They have to have a loot cage, right?
Opponent snapped.
So confused what their big finisher can be. Luke Cage could elevate this a lot. 2, 4, 6, so it'd go up by 8, up to 16. So a Luke Cage and then another 3-cost card. Bob Snap? Yeah, they're pushing our Bob. But without a Luke Cage, that's fine. And then we have Juggernaut protecting our mid lane. Hopefully. Oh. Hopefully it's not enough in the right lane. So Elsa and then Scorpion. Yeah. We actually still win all 3.
Victory.
He played the wrong order. He could have, yeah, he could have won left at least with the Elsa over there. It's such a crazy 8-cube stay. We'll take. We gladly take those. TLSG, did you notice how second dinner make more harder weekend daily missions? So they've they answered it somewhere on Discord and said it was a bug. But yeah, if it's not a bug, I definitely don't like move 75 cards to complete the season pass. Feels super bad. Also first, so yeah, Coulson could have got the buff. Had they. Have you tried KX Foreign's Surtur? He used Agent and Luke over Armor and Cosmo. He used US Agent? I guess US Agent, as long as you have the Luke Cage, could be a good tech line. Was he not running into Shang-Chi's? I feel like I've seen a lot of Shang-Chi's. Hydra Bob replacement? For Hydra Bob, you could go something like Nightcrawler, which would be that mobile one cost. So you could kind of more easily position your Cull Obsidian where you actually wanted to. You could also go Nico. Nico has a pretty, a couple of decent like spell hits that could be pretty good for you. We're gonna take the Morphit. You got your Frigga the first key, huge. Definitely a huge pull. Oh, huge. Look at that Ronin. He'll gladly take it. Do we now just protect the Cosmo, protect this lane? Proving Grounds was filled with move decks, I assume because of that weekly mission. Yeah, it feels ridiculous that it's that big of a lift or a need, but we need to push more into the right lane. Whether that be single blue Marvel. Let's try the blue Marvel. Next turn we could push to win. Oh, wow. No blue Marvel for us. Could win the right off of this. Then it'd just be very reliant on Skaar left. I don't think does it for us. But I think it's close. And as long as there's no snap, Hydra Bob is going to be better than our Sable here. Odin Right? Odin Right would be rough, but so would Double Mockingbird. My goodness. Skaar mid was the play, apparently. Not Skaar. Yeah, Skaar mid. Skaar mid could have won us mid. And won us the game after it. Double Mockingbird is huge. One from the Triskelion, one from their deck. The Eliath was from the deck as well. Odin Right would have been more of an insult to injury, but that's all right. I thought they did it on purpose to keep people on the app longer. Who knows? I play too much games. Who knows if it was truly an accident or they said it was a bug or a glitch. But at the same time, the last mission that we had of last season gave us 2 days to complete 12 missions, which felt really, really bad as well. And so I don't know. I don't know if it was truly a bug or what. $104 cost cards, yeah. Yeah, 104 cost cards was also a bit wild. And it's kind of in line with wanting people to play like Surtur and Skaar, so like I kind of get it. Is it so far only Molt has moved the 75? Is Molt still playing Snap? I saw him streaming the other day on the Bazaar. Get rank 1 50 times. I thought draw 8 cards was hilarious. That one was that one was a good one. Draw 8 total cards, so it's like a game and a half and you're done. Yeah, so if they start something like that at the end, and then the move one also feels a bit bad as well. So they could do Wiccan this turn. But with a Juggernaut, I think we could force a win in the right lane. We knew Wiccan was coming. We could have just placed Cosmo to stop them from being able to do it. But unfortunately, we did not. So Juggernaut, we would fall to Magneto, pulling the Typhoid Mary and potentially the Juggernaut out of this lane. Smoke came back a couple months ago, but lately has been playing the Bazaar. Yeah. I saw that he was streaming the Bazaar the other day. Big Surtur, big Cable. We may be kind of pressed for mid, actually. Might as well go ahead and throw the Skaar. Next turn, maybe Crossbones, maybe Cull Obsidian, Cosmo. Snap could be unfortunate, moving Hydra Bob into mid. I'm gonna switch it up to Cosmo mid instead.
We are the future.
They do get the Magneto, which pulls us out of the right lane, unfortunately. But if we can somehow win mid, we should be able to win the game. Oh my goodness. We don't get to play Crossbones anywhere because of them knocking us out here. But Skaar coming down here, they won't be able to scale the Surtur enough. And so then we grab the extra 4 in this lane. And so even without the Crossbones, we should be absolutely fine. The Cosmo into the Acid Arrow was super unfortunate. For them, not for us. Said, I mean, we do have all season to complete these, right? Yeah. I think is the only reason I wasn't frustrated by them. If it comes in like the last one of the season or something similar, then I think it's much worse. Do get the 4 cuber against Chemmo. Wow, Chemmo climbed a lot. So the last time we faced Chemmo, he was ranked 10. And then earlier today, he was like 15. Climbed all the way to 5. Running the Surtur Wiccan stuff. Which I think is really cool. That every time I want to cut Cosmo, something like that happens. Yeah. Yeah, the 4 cost doesn't bother me. Move a little bit, but we have the entire season, so like even just doing like Bob, eventually we would complete it. Doing like a Nightcrawler, a Jeff, you're gonna eventually be able to have it if you play enough. And so the move one doesn't bother me as much, as long as it's this early on. I hope they wouldn't throw a discard 150 cards on the final week. Yeah, me too. Please let me Q snipe you. I feel like you have something really cool cooked up. Skada. Are you already infinite? The ads are preventing that? Oh, Skada. My bad. And so they do have the Scorpion to try to counteract like the Skaar stuff. But it's perfectly fine. We have the really big Hulk lane, which is going to help the Skaar just about as much. We have Hydra Bob that can move into Luke's bar.
Snap.
Oh no, we should have staved our snap until we wanted to play Hydra Bob. Oh no. Well, fortunate. I climbed with Stegron, so I'm out of missions. Yeah, climbing with Stegron, I think the Scream counter movement is in a pretty good spot right now, because it does hurt the Skaar stuff quite a bit. And then the anonymous gifter handing out a sub over to Skada. Very much appreciate you. And so ads are not going to be an issue for you anymore, Skada. When's the next over the air? With the Surtur nerf? I doubt that they're going to touch Surtur until he's not a season pass card anymore. And so let me see when the next set of or the next over the air is. I know they changed it. So the next patch is on the 12th. Hopefully it comes out with some cool stuff. And then over the air on the 14th. And then we don't have another patch or over the air until December 10th. And so it's going to be almost a full month with like no major shifts or changes. So hopefully what they do on the next couple of changes next week. Next week? Yeah. Hopefully what they do in the next couple of changes on next week are big enough to hold us over for a month. I just played Cozy Snap. Nice matchmaking. I'll only in my second month of the game. Are you post infinite already? Snap, 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 snap. Okay. I mean, we can snap. But we might lose our Hydra Bob. Snap into him. Saw someone play Hulkbuster in a Surtur deck. Oh, Bob moves after. True. That's true. Get another proc off him. Yeah. The Hulkbuster, I think, is a cool way to do it. You could run Agony potentially as well, with like a Gladiator. Get a couple of procs too. Bob substitute. You could either do Nico or Nightcrawler. Both would be fine. All right, let's go ahead and start scaling our Surtur. We have Skaar in hand. We have the Atuma. If we get full Obsidian, then that would have to go right as well. But wow, they're going very big into the mid lane with the Abby. Yeah. Bob moves after the location's resolved. So we can go Atuma. Not going to destroy our Surtur. And then something like Silver Sable. We get the free Skaar. We have the like Cosmo or Juggernaut, depending on what we think they're going to end with. Zabu? Zabu for a potential Coal Obsidian or Typhoid Mary. Yeah, Zabu would be better there. I agree, Skada. Oh, no! The random Mobius. All right. How do we win from there? Juggernaut can protect one of our lanes. Mobius is actually good this month? Yeah. But the problem is it keeps the power on the board. We run? Yeah, I think we have to run. They don't have a Skaar, though. So what is their big finisher? Another big like 10 power card. Skaar from Portal. You think they got Skaar too? Heck yeah.
Escaped.
Yeah, we'll run. The Mobius was too strong. It's the random tech Mobius, which we could take out Juggernaut. We could throw in Mobius. Shadow King and Shang-Chi. Very likely. They have at least probably Shadow King. And then some people have started teching in Shang-Chi as well. I think Skaar or Zabu will be the next nerfs. I don't think they're going to touch Skaar until Surtur is either out of the Season Pass or very close to it. Sometimes they run Shadow King, like in place of the Juggernaut. But in place of our Juggernaut, they were probably running the Mobius, which I think was probably a good call. Skaar said, "Don't touch me." The fact that Surtur allows Skaar to cost 0, yeah, without any kind of like crazy setup, you're able to get that free Skaar, which I think is really wild. We do get Surtur. I think Surtur on 3 is really big for us. Maybe we go Surtur left. Ooh, snap back. If they can change New York, that's fine. Surtur scales bigger than I think anything they would throw this turn. They have the Surtur as well. You have to say their variant is better than ours. Is Zabu required for the deck? Zabu is very helpful for the deck. I don't know if I'd say like 100% required, but it is very, very helpful. So this is going to come down to a mind game on the last turn. Like, we have a little bit of extra value in the armor here, but the New York location is always just a big cluster. A Martyr? Why are they running Martyr? Or I think this is probably our safer play. We go Juggernaut left to make sure we guarantee the win here. We give up on mid, we just scale the right lane and stack everything we have there. Ooh, they move the Typhoid Mary. They only play 1 card in left. And so they're going to have a lot of power into New York. And we have a lot of power in Savage Land as well. That's a big Orca follow-up, but not big enough. We'll gladly take the 8.
Victory.
Irby said I don't have Bob. So instead of Bob, I would say do like a Nico or a Nightcrawler. Because Bob's real strength is that he is kind of that mobile card. Not necessarily the 5 power strength on him. So I would say either Nico or Nightcrawler would be better Bob replacement than Martyr. A TKO of RKO. Yeah, they don't have... Yeah, Sable is good too, but we already have Sable slotted in. We don't have an activate ability. None of these are great for what we're currently running. So we'll just leave it blank. I think Skaar Nerf will be the next nerfs. I don't think they touch them for a while. You said you need a good Pixie deck? Pixie is one that kind of sometimes has some strength, but a lot of times just kind of a lot of times isn't like phenomenal. Is Agent better than Surtur? In this deck, I'd say no. Yeah, I like Juggernaut a lot in this one. Oh, Agent Venom. I would say they're both really good in different ways. So Agent Venom gives you a lot of value onto cards that are otherwise like not very valuable. Versus Surtur, it's just raw power output and stats, and so it's like a very straightforward, just dump style of deck that can just outpower a lot of things. And then Jupa, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime for 2 months. Very much appreciate you. Hopefully you're having a fantastic one so far. Ooh, so the Bifrost is going to push these back into Jotunheim. So I kind of like it as a way for them, their 2 cards there, to start getting negatively afflicted over and over and over. We have the double Crossbones here. Go ahead and play ours, and then we're going to snap into it. Hydra Bob is either going to move here or here. Either way, we don't have to worry about him in Jotunheim.
Victory.
And so then we just have to like start stacking elsewhere from that point. Both cards are overtuned? Yeah, I agree. But Agent Venom might get nerfed now that he's not sold anymore. Yeah. I mean, I feel like with this deck popping up, there's a lot less emphasis on Agent Venom. Because a lot of times you can just kind of raw outpower it, but it is still, I think, a decent amount overtuned. That Agent Venom's going to be 2-2. I feel like people are going to lose their mind if he gets nerfed the first over the air after he's no longer on sale. How would you tune Agent Venom? I think making him a 3-cost completely kills him. Would it be surprising, though? No, it wouldn't be surprising. Like, I halfway expect it to happen. But at the same time, I think it's... I don't... Like, I understand it. It wouldn't be surprising, but I don't like the model of... Like, while it's being sold and making money, we're not going to touch the card and then address it later. And we missed out on Scar with Olympia. We could do Typhoid Mary. Next turn, we could maybe throw Juggernaut if we're looking to really push for Asgard. We have to look out for their Mobius as well. And so, like, if we get a halfway decently discarded or discounted Scar, I think we throw it. That would be a big statement of the devs. Yeah, I agree. And it's something that they've done in the past. So, like, most of the time, if you see an over-the-air for, like, a random card, a lot of times that probably means that there's going to be a bundle releasing for it soon. Like, we had one for Typhoid Mary. We had one for a couple of other cards a while back. It feels bad. Hold on. gonna do Skaar here. That's why I asked. That's why I asked before. Do you believe one card a week is too much? It's worked for a while. I think the card acquisition probably needs to be re-looked at because now that we have a really big depth of cards, one a week definitely feels like it's tough to keep up with for someone that's not like actually playing very continuously. That reminds me, when are we going to hear about the series drops? I don't know. I think that's a good question. I have no idea when or what we hear about the series drops, because it's supposed to happen next month. And so hopefully soon, but we also know that they take some time off for the holidays, which definitely well-deserved and understandable. But I'd be curious. I'd be curious when we get to know like what cards are going to reduce, because I have a feeling it's not going to be very many impactful ones. What's your opinion on Skaar outside of the Surtur shell? Trying to see if it's worth 6,000. Skaar outside of Surtur had some strength. Ooh, we may have snagged it with the Juggernaut. Beautiful. Beautiful. No, not so beautiful. Not so beautiful. The Silver Sable, yeah. I didn't realize it was gonna. I didn't realize that it was gonna go to 8. I wasn't paying close enough attention. That's unfortunate. Otherwise, we had it set up perfectly. It just did not pan out. We could have done a 1 cost in armor. Rough stuff. Did I think Meek will drop? Meek's buff did seem kind of out of left field, honestly. Where he went from like 0 power to 1 power. Next up, we're going against Splat, who is always runs something super interesting or super kind of off the wall. So we have no idea what like he's been pumping. Rank 41. He has been doing pretty solid. Or just Crossbones. I couldn't have done Crossbones and Juggernaut, I don't think. I think Crossbones was 4 cost. He was messing with Frigga. I feel like if someone was to figure out Frigga, it would be Splat. Splat has like a diabolical mind for deck building. Meek was offered to you as a 4U bundle for $100 US. That's just insulting. Wild. I know 2 cards that won't be dropping, Null and Hawk. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Very true. It's a shame Surtur is so strong. Because I find the Play 10 deck very anti-interactive with opponent besides the occasional Cosmos Snipe. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely not one of those decks that requires a lot of in-depth internal like counter ability. A lot of times it's just you slam power and then you win. Now, I think they run a War Machine. I want to say that they have a weird Galactus teched in as well. And then they have a Black Swan And so since they don't have any of those things down, Galactus wouldn't win it for them in mid. Maybe a Hitmonkey alongside the symbiote, but... Have you seen it in bounce move? I have seen Frigga in bounce move. And I think it's... My biggest hesitation with Frigga in bounce move is that it lets the opponent know for sure what you have in hand and what you're capable of. And so you usually get like 2 cubes. Very rarely would you get 4 or 8, I don't think. But it is time for a quick set of ads. We're gonna run to those real fast, and then we'll be right back, you guys. Don't go anywhere. Said what's funny is when you buy the Meek bundle, there's a high chance he will be drop and become full 3. Yeah, I think he's definitely on the line or list of being one that gets dropped down for sure. Wait, Scott said yay bye? Oh, gotcha. Wait, you sniped me. It was that gifted sub, Scotta. I had the Meek for You bundle for $100. So crazy. Like the cost of upkeep of some of these cards, whenever you stop and like take a step back and look at it, is wild. Like, to get almost every single card in Pokemon, I spent right at 100, and that was just to get them quickly. I see some gameplay with Frigga, and she seems very strong, but is that kind of card is... Yeah. I think a lot of times she could be pretty clunky, but she also, I think, cube-wise, would be rather low. Oh no, our Skaar gets pulled. I think her cube rate would be kind of low, just because of the transparency that you're putting forward onto the opponent, so that they know exactly what is within your wheelhouse of play. We need a couple of good top decks here. Dak and Jean and Havoc are my favorite go to, or your favorites to go to pool 2. They're pool 4, right? So to go to pool 3.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
No matter what we pull next turn, we could do Juggernaut plus that card. Maybe it becomes this. And then Sai Moom, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Very much appreciate you having me here. Hopefully you're having a great one. Yeah, unfortunately we drew some duds here. We can't really compete in the left lane. Can't really compete in mid. This would bring us up to 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. We wouldn't beat Mysterio being over there. We wouldn't beat a scaling of Surtur. So I think Scott is a pretty heads up, pretty smart player. I think they stack in these 2 lanes and just give this one away. And if they do that, there's not much we can do about it. Why'd they remove the animation from Zabu? Because they had a glitch with him, or a bug with him, for a really long time, where he would have like an endless growl. And so I think they finally had pity on people and removed it. Until they can figure out like what's causing the bug. I think the problem you're saying about Frigga is similar to what happens in Bounce in general. I think Bounce has a little bit more of an advantage because they're playing a lot of cards. So as the opponent, it's pretty easy to kind of trick people into staying fast when they should. That I was gonna Shadow King Cosmo right and play Bob mid. I figured you might have like another big card as a finisher, and there just wasn't really much we were gonna be able to do in that left lane. I had a Juggernaut set up for left, but the rest of our cards or finishing wasn't very big. So I figured you stack into both left and mid, knowing that right was going to be really hard for you to swing. Seems like a good time to time out Skada. You might not be wrong. Get the double Typhoid Mary here, which isn't huge. It's not awful either.
Oh, snap.
I didn't realize the Skaar being pulled, not played, didn't scale Surtur. Yeah. So if you don't physically play the card, it doesn't scale your Surtur. I think Surtur specifically says, yeah, after you play it. Oh man, I should have played Bob into the right lane, knowing that I snapped into it. That's an unfortunate play on my end. But Typhoid Mary in deep space is beautiful. We don't have to worry about the negative affliction of both of them. We just have to worry about Surtur scaling here. Double Psylocke. They have the Invisible Woman. Ideally, we get Cosmo. We can also try to position like maybe a Juggernaut depending on when they fill that lane. But I think Cosmo is going to be our safest bet. Big Sarah. We can expect the big counter cards. So they could even potentially play some this turn. Shadow King? Yeah, Shadow King mid. It just depends on when they place it. If we get a Cosmo, we can stop the Shadow King or the Shang-Chi. But Echo left. Maximus right is big. Not huge for us. But also at the same time, not awful. We're going to push whatever they play in mid out this turn. If it's a Shang-Chi, we're fine. Shadow King, we should also, I think, be fine with the follow-up of Skaar. Is that Arsham? No, it's. I think it's just a Sarah Tech type of deck. But those typically have a really hard time like finding and stealing those wins away. Right seems overkill. I think the reason we threw Typhoid to the right was we want to make that one overkill so that we could position our Juggernaut and a little bit of extra power mid after the fact. Hitmonkey? Yeah, they could have Hitmonkey. And then Busy collecting. Good afternoon. Welcome in, Busy. Hopefully you're having a great one. But just the Hitmonkey's not going to be enough. The Shang-Chi is what they were going for. We could see maybe a Shadow King hidden here as well. Or maybe it's a Hitmonkey. No, Killmonger. So we do still hold down the right lane with double Typhoid Mary. And then the really big mid lane. Even without the Juggernaut, we had the armor protecting it here. So we had that one in the bag. Maybe a dumb question, but why wouldn't they have made Surtur ongoing? I don't know. I don't know. It feels anytime they have cards that just have like flat abilities, it feels kind of strange. So like Collector, the only way you can counter that is, I guess, Red Guardian now. Dracula, the only way you can counter it is like Red Guardian. It feels like those cards are always a little bit advantaged, and they kind of circumvent a lot of the tech cards that are out there. I'm really enjoying Surtur. Yeah, Surtur I think is really, really strong. Maybe a bit too strong. You said I think I'll get her at long term. She's going to be very strong. Imagine copying Fenris and last turn get 2 Infinauts. Could be pretty good. All right, let's go ahead and go Hydra Bob here. Ongoing Surtur would be broken, but it could also be decently counterable. If we can get Surtur, we're in a pretty good spot. But otherwise, I don't know. Three's Lab is usually pretty decent for us, just because we can throw such like high power plays to get doubled. Let's lead with Crossbones for now. They don't want a Blob Mystique situation again. Very true. Okay. Not a great Quake on their end.
Opponent snapped.
Big Sarah, they're running the counter style stuff. You get the Skaar. So what is that gonna be? An armor Skaar? I guess armor doesn't guarantee that we win mid. We could just go that. Hope that they don't have a way to get 13 here, which I think is a decent possibility. I'm expecting Shang-Chi, maybe Shadow King. Let's go big mid. Call it a day. There's the Shang-Chi. Not quite gonna be able to do it. So Cosmo made this a much easier read. Without us having Cosmo and this lane protected, it would have been a lot harder to kind of determine where those cards should go. But we were able to full flood mid and just steal away an easy win. And then Andre, you said, hey TLSG, do you think it's worth opening for Frigga? I think she's a fun card. I think she's one that we'll see from time to time, but I don't know that she's like crazy overly strong. But we're going to run to a... Have you thought of Surtur plus Hulkbuster? Yeah, you could do Hulkbuster, but I really like having our tech options of like Armor, Cosmo, Juggernaut. But you can do Hulkbuster as a way to re-trigger Surtur, but that's really all in on drawing that card early. Like, as it is right now, we don't have to have that to find a way to win. With Hulkbuster, it feels like we're really much more saying, if we get Surtur, we're going to win. Otherwise, we're probably going to have a harder time. She'll be in some deck in a month or so that'll be so busted. Potentially. But I think the good thing about her is that you always know what cards got copied. And so then you know what is within their wheelhouse. And so I think that's the only thing we have going for us on it. I'm going to run to a really quick ad break as I run to the restroom, and then we'll be right back, you guys. I said it's Surtur with just one in cost is a 3/8. It's the same as Gladiator. Yeah, same as Gladiator without the downside of them. Is there a rough match for this deck? Scream counter movement stuff has been pretty tough to deal with. Next up we have Shuri Enjoyer, rank number 8, snapping us on turn 1. I assume because of Bar Sinister. Let's see what they could possibly have. Affliction, yeah, Affliction can be rough for it too. Ooh. I don't like the Kate Bishop here. And then Empire of Light back with the Prime sub. Welcome in. I miss always seeing the angel wings with the wave emote. Welcome in, Empire of Light. Thank you for 9 months. Hopefully you're having a great one. Is it ever worth it? There's the wings with the waving emote. I appreciate it, Empire. Acid Arrow, yeah. Wait, we copied the 7-powered Surtur? This was not the play, apparently. Oof. Well. And then Fuzzy Dice, 888. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support as well. Hopefully you're having a great one. So we are now very susceptible to Shadow King, to Shang-Chi, all kinds of stuff because we were playing and hoping that they trying to counteract the Acid Arrow. There's a version that runs Luke Cage. Yeah. I think we see Luke Cage techs start kind of coming up into the mix as we see like this one start to or continue to flourish, I guess. Or Sinister Surtur. It is, but like Shang-Chi, we're toast. Shadow King, I guess last turn we would be toast. Wait, Windpool? Okay. If we draw Juggernaut here, we might be okay. The Cosmo and Armor in a deck and Super Broken. What does that remind me of? I don't know. Juggernaut. Juggernaut. That is not a Juggernaut. Well. The cards in their hand are so strong. The problem with this play, or even this play, is that it only gives us up to 22 or 23 in the right lane. It stops any own reveals that they have, like a Shang-Chi. Mary Wright dodges the Shang-Chi, that's true. I think Mary Wright is probably better because it scales our Surtur. I guess it only dodges the Shang-Chi from the one Typhoid. I think we lose this one. If they hit Iron Man. Ugh. I think we lose this one. Juggernaut wouldn't have saved us. It's a huge Angela. Oh. There's nothing we could have done. The massive Gwyn pool is always really, really interesting. Turns out we could have just heavy invested left and been okay. Coal Obsidian and Hydra Bob over there. We could win. Bob Cole mid, yeah. Bob Cole, even Zabu mid would have done it. But I think that's really hard to gauge, like that they were going to invest this heavily in the right lane. That burrito, that burrito supreme. It was a big burrito. How long did it take you to hit infinite? Most seasons it takes probably like 10 to 15 hours. I would like absolute just gut guesstimate. This season it took me, I'd say 5 to 6. Any Hydra Bob replacement? I'd say Nightcrawler or Nico would both be good. Next up we have Sisana's. First location is Limbo. We have our Surtur. We're looking at every single one of our big cards except for 2. And so we're in a pretty solid spot to start off with. I think we snap into it too. I Surtur why it took you so short of a time. Yeah, I abused Surtur the entire way. And use this deck. I used a we always fail to Madam Web. I used a less optimal version for a while that ran like it ran a Hood, it ran Nico, and it just was a little bit clunkier. But otherwise, it was almost exclusively this deck. I did use a couple of other decks, and I lost like progress when in the 90s. I used the Moon Girl Surtur deck, and then I used a Mill deck, and I lost ground with both of them, probably about 15 cubes down on both. And I used this to climb it back up. Eventually, we need to hit them with a Cosmo. Have you cooked anything with Frigga? I've done a couple of builds with Frigga. The one that I think has the most success would be like a move bounce Frigga deck, and then a anti-venom Wiccan Frigga Luke Cage style of build. But I think the biggest drawback is that the opponent knows exactly what card you have and exactly what card you copy. And so you lose a lot of kind of strategic advantage there. But also I find it kind of funny how I changed decks to a Evo Affliction and didn't run into a single Surtur. Dagger, Ghost Spider. We don't have priority anymore, so we couldn't stop a Toxin. We couldn't stop a Beast. Cloak, interesting. Try this and see. Doesn't Tribunal farm Surtur? Depending on how you have it teched out, not necessarily. Like it can, but let's say they're running the Juggernaut. You
I am the Sorcerer Supreme.
disconnect their big living Tribunal line, and their power is a lot lower because of it. So a Heimdall gets scary, unless you big Juggernaut, big Typhoid Mary, big Skaar. Let me call it a day, because I'm thinking Heimdall or Eliath as their finisher. I guess they could. They could hit us with the mind game of moving their Cosmo. Of moving their Cosmo over to the left so that they could drop Heimdall mid. Put the 11 on the right. Ooh, in case they do go Heimdall. True. Probably a good call. So much brain power for them to retreat. That's my biggest, my only, I guess, complaint about the Madam Web movement stuff is it takes a lot of thought process into like what and where those cards are going to go. A lot of movement stuff. Ooh, and it is the shop reset time. The $25 Apocalypse. I don't really care for the variant. Like, there's not a lot going on with it. I don't really like it. We have the Dan Hip Professor X. Kind of like it. I kind of like it. Eye animations is cool. It's not blinking at the same time. On the, were you talking about on the Apocalypse? And so it's alternating. That's kind of cool. Like it's the highlighted one is kind of shifting back and forth. I kind of like it, but for a card that you're never gonna like have on the board, feels wild. But no, I do like the Professor X one. I'm not a fan of all of Dan Hip's stuff, but I think this is a pretty cool looking one. Shame he's useless right now. Yeah. Yep. I feel like they absolutely killed the card. You said that. You said that's the closest you've ever come to offending me. Wait, what did I say? What was the line that I need to stay away from? All right, we go RKO again. Last time we were able to finesse 8 off of them. I think I'm the only one that doesn't like Dan Hip. So I like some of Dan Hip stuff, but not all of. Ooh, they lost their Surtur.
Snap.
That's worth a snap. That I saw a Thanos Surtur deck today on Snap Judgments with Professor X in it that's performing well. I don't know. There's so many movement cards, so like there's so much Madam Web and so much like strength in those movement cards that I have a hard time ever really buying into like Professor X being like incredibly strong. Not a fan of most Dan Hip stuff. No, I'm not a fan of all Dan Hip stuff. Wait, you're not, or I'm not? I'm not a fan of some of the stuff. I like a lot of it, but some of it definitely just feels like it was either rushed through or just not incredibly unique. Dan Hip Helicarrier? Dan Hip Helicarrier is a good one. RKO is cooking. I don't know if they're a good cook or not, but they're cooking. Have the 2 costs? No. Wait, Namora? What? Namora's kind of crazy. No Juggernaut for him.
Opponent snapped.
If Juggernaut right. They could have hit us with a Shang-Chi, couldn't they? Hydro Bob guarantees left, and we would lose left as a result. Because their snap. Hydro Bob moves, we would be 10-16. We would lose to what they have now. So we would have to go... something like that instead. Let's try it out. Wait, Shang-Chi over there. Scary. And then big Skaar mid. So depending on where our Juggernaut slashes that Skaar toot, to the left is not where we wanted it to go. Had our Skaar survived, Atuma would have destroyed it anyways. Never mind. They got their 8 cubes back on us. RKO. No priority? Yeah. I didn't think they were gonna go with the Shang-Chi though, of all things. But doesn't Martyr go to a losing lane? She would have, yeah. She would have bounced to a losing lane. Or she would have bounced to a lane that would cause them to lose if she could. Thank God that hot location is gone. I can finally play the fun Moon Surtur again. Is it close to this? Can we see the armor close up? Yeah. This one? So you can see her kind of like like briefly in, like slightly behind the armor projection that she has. I like it a lot. That's one of my favorite ones. The discard seems to be a good counter. Would it be? I know it pumps out quite a bit of decent stats, but we have the Cosmo to stop like a pretty big discard, and they couldn't really interact with our like Surtur stuff. Is she jumping into a pool of gold? She is. Straight into that pool of gold. Let's go, go Black Swan. I think we go ahead and play out our Surtur. Have you run the Strong Guy Blade deck? I guess which Strong Guy Blade deck? I guess I'm inclined to think probably not, if I don't know what it is. If it's like a Dracula dump, then yes. But if there's a new one that came out, maybe not. Is it hand hate discards like Moon Knight or Silver Samurai? Okay, I could see Moon Knight having some good strength right now, and Silver Samurai potentially as well.
Victory.
We'll take a cube. Don't mind if we do. Okay, next up we have Casher. Let's go ahead and start with our Silver Sable. Then we'll drop our Sunspot and hold the rest. We have Moon Girl, so we'll be able to double down on you ever hide the Shadow King to make more room for like a Moon Girl duplicate?
I'm about to juice this up.
What is this cooked up deck? It's a interesting take on like a She-Hulk Surtur stuff. That sometimes you go the Hitmonkey line, sometimes it's the Surtur line. But I find it decently fun. So let's go just Mirage. So 3, 4, 5, 6. And I think we skip. W just posted a good Dracula Dump deck. Yeah, I think Dracula Dump is decently strong. So what are we hopeful for here? We're hopeful for Hitmonkey. Hitmonkey would be pretty good. She-Hulk wouldn't be great. Surtur's not great either. Don't think we win this one without a scaler on our side. Because they have some potential like big outcome. So this could be Hazmat, and they could just drop an Ajax. We wouldn't be able to do much about it. Why not play Kitty last turn? So if we played Kitty, Sunspot doesn't absorb, and so it's like a trade-off of he gets the power versus Kitty getting the power. So it just equaled out in the wash. Power creep been real egregious in the recent months. I think Sable is the most blatant example. Yep. Sable, even Sage or Cassandra Nova, kind of ramping up like that impact. So Cassandra Nova being even on like a regular deck or against a regular deck, being a potential like 12 power impact, like 6 for what you get on her, and then 6 for what you're hurting the opponent with, feels wild. We get another 1 cost out, so we have our Kitty Pride. You have She-Hulk, so if we can get it down to pulling into She-Hulk, then we'll be able to like double drop it. And if not, doubling up on our 1 cost, we have the free 1 cost to drop after. I'm gonna go ahead and play out Shadow King. Sometimes it would be better off to hold it, but it's taking up very precious space in our hand from being able to like play the cards we actually want to play here. So let's go with a Moon Girl mid. It's gonna hit Titania, Kitty Pride, She-Hulk, and then on the very last turn we can flood the double She-Hulk, the 4 1 cost cards, and then a big hit monkey. I think we're in an okay spot, actually. I prefer Bob in the Sable spot. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and switch over to Pokemon Pocket. I like the idea of the Moon Girl, but this was the same thing that kind of happened whenever I ran it like pre-infinite. Was that I like the idea of it. I think it's a really cool cook. I think there's probably some ways to finesse it, but it falls even harder to the counter stuff like Mobius or some of the Affliction stuff than what the just straight up Surtur stat deck does. And so I ended up benching this one before for that reason. But I do like the idea of it. Hopefully it can kind of find some room to find that footing and find that ground. But let me go ahead and update a couple of these things as we switch over to the first PvP event in Pokemon Pocket, which I think is really, really exciting. Pocket time? Zatoichi? Yeah, we're going to switch over to Pocket. And so if you don't enjoy Pocket, or if you haven't checked it out, I definitely recommend it. But if it's not your thing, I understand. I get it. And so no hard feelings if you don't end up. Dang, I would like you guys to stay, but okay, go ahead and switch the category. Up the scene. And then while I'm setting up, I'm going to go ahead and run to a quick 1.5 ad break so that we can jump in and won't have to worry about ads for a while after. Not really into Pokemon, I'll stay, but I'm keeping you muted in the background. Ulufa, that is perfectly fine. I appreciate you sticking around, even if you're not too keen on Pokemon. Hurricane, more Pokemon? We are running some more Pokemon. They came out with a PvP event last night where it's the first PvP event. There's a separate queue system for it. So that we know that we're going to go against other people that are trying to perform well and trying to do well. And so I'm excited. Quick chat. Go with the alerts. And then... I don't have the Mankey one built up. I've run into nothing but Mewtwo's and Pikachu's. That is why we're going to be starting off strong with the new promo Mankey. I think he fits or slots against both Pikachu and Mewtwo pretty well. And so that's what we're going to be running here today. We really need a good over-the-air next week. I agree, Fresh Pill. 4 events in 1 week that Snap has in 2 years. I agree, Vodka. And the fact that this is like the first PvP one, I think is a really cool thing for the game. Go ahead and play out all of our basics. So Ekans, beautiful. We have a typing advantage against like all of the Ekan stuff. Game 2. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the call-out pick. I forgot. It's incredibly loud. Like, I have to mute it by, like, negative 23 decibels. Is that better? A bit loud? I feel like it was probably very, very loud. Gengar Hypno is working fairly well. Really? The Gengar line feels wild. So we do have the Primeape. As long as they don't have a red card on us, we should be able to ramp up against them very, very fast. Hopefully, they maybe hit us with the Ekans. Them not being able to use supporters, it can be. We're undefeated. He said the battle music then, in all caps. The battle music now. And so I'm 2 for 2. Right now we have a 2-win streak. We just have to just keep that alive. And actually, I kind of want to check the wonder picks before you crush anymore. And so you get different emblems that you're able to display on your profile for getting the different tiers in this event, which I like. See if there's anything for us in the wonder pick. We have the Chansey. Might as well continue to pull. So then we have... Okay. We're primarily looking for the legendary birds. I don't have most of those. We could pull for Magneton. There's going to be an event for him later on, so I think there's a very good chance that we pull him regardless. But Pikachu EX, we already have enough copies of that. None of the legendary birds, unfortunately. Because I pulled, I think, I want to say close to 300 packs now. And still only have 1 copy of one of the legendary birds. I have 1 Moltres. That's the only one I've been able to pull. All right, let's launch into the battles a bit more. The Mankey deck, I think, especially for how budget-friendly it is, I think is very, very strong. It counters a couple of the like heavy hitters in the meta right now, and has good typing advantages against the like wheezing stuff, which we're seeing teched in a lot of places. Lead off with our Mankey. So typing advantage here as well. Is all the packs give the same cards, or should I focus on one? So Pixie, focusing on one is going to be your best bet. Because they each have different sets of cards that they offer. So depending on what type of deck you're trying to build, will kind of determine where you want to like focus on pulling packs from. All of them have decent decks. Charizard has 2 pretty budget-friendly decks that you could probably get within like 20 or 30 packs. The rest are kind of reliant on getting lucky pulls like the 4 diamond rarity like Pikachu EX and similar cards. And so you may not be able to get it by the time you pull 30 or 40. But so Charizard has budget-friendly decks. It also has some higher-end things like Star UEX, which is very, very strong. It also has like your Articuno and then a pretty good, or not the Articuno. It has Moltres and then a good Charizard line. The Pikachu packs have a really, really strong, probably one of the best in the game. Best decks in the game is a Pikachu EX, Zapdos EX, like Tempo Surge. But it's also pretty reliant on getting a couple of those rare cards, which you may not be guaranteed to pull by the time you get to that point. So Giovanni knocks us out. Yeah. Knocks us out before we can get going. I got the Pikachu, the Crown Rare, but only one copy. The Crown Rarity is super rare. And so I wouldn't expect you to have more than one. Even just one is really, really big. We're starting Mankey again. And we're going second, which isn't bad. So this looks like a Moltres. Can't remember the evolved form of this one, but he has a really like explosive bursty turn if you let him get enough energy onto him. But we should be able to set up into a potential Primeape really well, if we can draw it, that is. Scentiscorch, thank you. I got the Charizard Crown Rare. My goodness. I've played a little bit on 3 separate accounts, this one being the one that I've pulled the most. Haven't hit a single crown. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised if I didn't hit a crown at all. So taking out the Moltres, they are able to attach it, so they're going to be able to do the Inferno Dance. So it comes down to like a head flip of how many energy they get onto him. We need some bad outcomes here. Good start. Not bad. So now Sabrina actually does pretty well for us. Ooh, Sabrina does amazingly for us here. We can do... Let's evolve. We're going to be able to knock out their Scentiscorch. And so then they're going to be stuck with just Moltres. So then they're very much at our mercy without having that like big payoff that they're building up into. I think it puts it almost potentially unwinnable. I was also thinking of trying Captain Kerr's. It's like a Wheezing Wigglytuff deck, where you use the Wigglytuff to stall with Koga. You have the poison from. You have the poison from Wheezing. So just a single energy again. And it's gonna take 2 turns for them to be able to build this one up. And in addition to that, we're gonna throw another Sabrina and really frustrate their day. I'm not going to give him a chance to get anything up and running. I got to give it to them. They're sticking it out. They haven't retreated. And then Super Hoove said, I just realized I was like 20 minutes behind on live. Oh no, Super Hoove. Well, I finally answered your question. So no more Sabrinas for us. They could potentially get a lot of energy onto a potential Cindiscorch. Ooh, okay. They shouldn't be able to attack with them next turn anyways. So it shouldn't be an issue. Alright, let's go Pokeball here. Pull out the second Mankey. And we're just looking to start damaging the Moltres. And then it's hammer time. Welcome in. We're doing well today. We'd had some fun with Surtur on Marvel Snap. Absolutely, I feel like probably overtuned and a cracked card. And then we are playing a little bit of the PvP event in Pokemon Trading Card Game Pocket, which rolled out last night. And you get rewards based on how many wins you get. You have 20 days to complete up to, I think it's 45 wins for the highest emblem reward. But we're definitely going to crush that out of the water. Ooh, so they retreat out the Moltres. For the other one, they attach the energy onto him. Ooh, they're cooking. So now they can do the Inferno Dance again to try to build up for a Cindiscorch. Yeah, the last dust reward is 50. And you get 2,000 Shine Dust, which is such a large amount of Shine Dust. Ooh, they've been flipping so poorly here. That is exactly what we want to see. Exactly what they don't want to see. Might as well evolve our guys since we can. And then I'm going to build up the energy onto Sand Slash just in case we end up needing it. And then in the meantime, while they're stalling, we're going to be smacking hundreds the whole time. I like Surtur, but so many mirror games. Yeah, the mirror matches are kind of wild. So Sabrina on their end. Let's do Sand Slash. We have the guaranteed 70 damage. Or we could just retreat him out and have the guaranteed 100 from Primate. They have grit. I probably would have given up whenever we lost our first build-up card. But I gotta hand it to them. They've tried everything that they can in their arsenal. My goodness, they have flipped like garbage. Sheesh. Had they had lucky flips somewhere along the lines, it would have been much, much closer. They just couldn't get a free energy to save their lives. All right, I'm actually gonna add a text onto the screen. Like win rate 3 out of 4. Is there a way to do an outline? Yeah. Outline, and we'll select black as the color. We need a bigger one. A bit smaller, and then I'm going to change the thickness of the outline. Goes to 10. We could probably go 15. There we go. And Tall Guy, thank you so much for resubbing with your resubbing for 2 months at tier 1. Very much appreciate the support. That gets us that much closer to a Partner Plus. which we are, we've hit level 1 rank for it 2 months in a row. You have to hit it 3 months. Put the deck list. I can create and put the deck list up, Arky. I can do that. Then we'll just move the win rate probably over to the right side. I'll do it after this game. Okay, so let's go with the Mankey line. We're going second. We get to attack first. I guess we could have done Sandshrew since we have the Sand Slash. Ooh, Sand Slash is going to be weak against all of their stuff. So we're going to be really reliant on the Mankey Primate stuff. So this looks like the deck that wants to stall for like a Venusaur or Executor. Better chance to draw into Primate after this. Go ahead and go a Reckless Charge. If they have an X speed, they could pull the Petalil. Or they keep him in. They try to build up to Leaf Supply. If we can draw a Primate here, then we're sitting in a really, really good spot. That is a Sand Slash. I think we're going to push their Lilligant back to the back line. Start working on the Execute. They can evolve it, potentially knock out the Mankey this turn. But without Primeape in hand, we lose a lot of that strength. We do have X speed, so they're going to be able to put Lilligant back out. Start building up the energy. Ooh, and they knock us out too. And with the Erica, they're outside of Sand Slash range, so good play on their end. And then Super Hoove on the YouTube side said, maybe a dumb question, but does this game work like the OG Pokemon card game? It's similar, but it has a lot of things designed to make it more streamlined. So we have only, instead of the like prize cards or tokens for knocking out the opponent's play, we only have 3. And if you knock out a Pokemon EX card, it's 2. A lot of the cards have lower health and lower attack to be kind of in line with be in line with snappier games. And then you also don't build your deck with any energy. You're just guaranteed energy each turn. And so you can only attach a max of 1 energy, but you're guaranteed to get 1 every single turn. So they did a lot of things to kind of help streamline it a bit. Closer to Hearthstone, Snap. Yeah, it's similar in build, but it has a lot of things designed to make them much snappier gameplays. So the typical length is between like 5 and I'd say 10 minutes versus like the physical format closer to 30. So the second Erica comes down, unfortunately. Now we would get knocked out by another attack from Lilligant. But I guess we could have just tanked it, right? Or we could have just attacked, let him kill ours, and just get the one token. We do get the Executor evolution. It took them a while. I have to imagine that there's a Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, Venusaur line, or else the Lilligant doesn't really do a lot for them, because Executor EX only requires one energy. They chose not to attack. Interesting. They have used both of their Ericas, but they don't want our Primeape to be able to one-hit KO them. So I understand it, but a Sabrina could force us back into Sand Slash for the loss there. And then Georgie said, come back from lunch and you were on Snap. Then my boss asked a complex question, came back to Pocket. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Georgie. Sorry to disappoint you. But yeah, they came out with the first PvP event in Pocket, and so I wanted to check it out. I really want this deck to work. I'm trying, but I constantly go first in Imagine Dad. And damaging myself often leads to a KO. Yeah, so if they lead with a Pokemon that you think will be able to attack that first turn, sometimes with Mankey, I just choose to skip on turn 2. I hope this doesn't lose its magic like Snap. We'll see. Right now, it's fresh, it's new, and I think the biggest benefit to it is that they're doing a lot of like small things to keep people kind of engaged. So like the Wonder Pick events, the Lapras EX event, giving a couple of new alternate card lines, and then now the PvP event, all has people. The draw is that it just wants you to be able to play and engage with the game, not so much buy this to get this next overpowered thing. So I think there's a lot of potential strength for it. So they're just not going to attack anymore? Let us keep getting free pop shots. Hey, Primeape is finally online, ready to roll. Couldn't pass forever. Alright, let's go with the potion. And then we still have the 100 damage of the Primeape. We're going to be able to knock out the Lilligant. And then Recedo, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. You said Snap is stale right now. It feels like they haven't done a lot to like shift up the meta in some time, yeah. So this one is going to be 40 per heads. 50 per heads. Double tails. Comes down to a coin flip. You're in trouble? Yeah, we may be in trouble. Oh no! Oh, I guess it was just a single coin flip. It has the guaranteed 50. Well. Had it not been that, we could have potentially drawn into one of our basics to be able to ramp up that next turn, but unfortunately, we couldn't find one buried away. Yesterday I got the God Packs, and I'm having fun on the game. So I pulled one God Pack on like day 2 of release. But since then, I haven't. I've kind of been pulling like kind of like garbage. Now puts at 3 out of 5. Came down to a coin flip. Oh, sorry. I told you that I would snippet the deck list, and I don't know if we're gonna like hard stick to this one or not. We may pivot around a bit. But the main thought was that we were going to be facing a lot of Pikachu EX, which this does decently into. And then also the Mewtwo stuff. If we can get online fast enough, a lot of times we can outshine the Mewtwo. But we have to get online very, very quickly to do that. Right now, no Mewtwo, no backup for Ralt. Pull the Sand Slash or Sandshrew out. I'm going to attach the energy, but I don't think we attack here. I feel like we just pass one turn. I don't remember their second evolution line, how much damage it can do. But I imagine it's probably 40 for double energy. Wait, is there no season pass mission today? Not that I saw pop up, Georgie. I pulled 2 Mewtwo immersives and 1 Charizard immersive, plus the other full art reddish one. My goodness. So it's 30. They wouldn't have been able to knock us out. Oh, it's weakness. Oh, we're weak against Psychic. Oh, no. Well. Should have been building up our Sandshrew then. Even if they don't get Mewtwo, I think we're in trouble. So weird with those missions this month. Yeah. So they may have like kind of turned the missions off until they can figure out why it's sending them such like a weird way. You have the Gardevoir line. Yeah, we're toast. We're cooked. All right. If we drop one more, I think we're gonna pivot deck. So I'm not gonna grab the deck list yet, just in case we continue to have poor performance. And I'm not sure if I fully agree on the Sandshrew versus the Cubone Marowak line, because Cubone Marowak had some potential good flips, especially with Marowak EX. But it also runs the risk of running the EX deck. Have you tried the fossils? Like the full evolution of the fossils, or just using them as a decoy for Sabrina stuff? Okay, we're going first, so Mankey isn't always great on the first line. The 2 Kabuto, 1 Kabutops. I actually haven't pulled Kabutops, unfortunately. I don't think I'm going to do the Professor's Research. I don't want our hand to be too full and really entice them into a red card. Fossils not being able to get found off the Pokeball feels bad. It does feel a little bad, yeah. Going to the Misty RNG. Yesterday when I was running Misty, it was really, really bad. That is a lot of power onto the Squirtle, or a lot of energy onto the Squirtle. See what we get with Professor's Research now. So X speed. Sabrina. Let's go ahead and try the X speed. I'm going to pull Mankey out. Evolve him into Primeape. Because if they upgrade this into the EX version, then Sandshrew or Primeape, either one is going to get destroyed. And actually, we can't survive a single hit with against the EX, can we? No. Yeah, we're gonna have to change decks. Because even with the 100 damage here, it's not gonna be enough to knock out the Starmie, and then they just have the instant KO on us. But before we go, we're going to take out one of theirs. All right, we're gonna try. I think I'm gonna load up Captain Kerr's deck. I haven't played this one, but in the tournament that he ran in, it looked like it did pretty well. I'll grab a screenshot of it and add it onto the screen after I build it out. And I think this one gets much better once the Venusaur event comes out, because we're going to be able to have an alternate of Jigglypuff. Right now, Jigglypuff isn't super strong, but the alternate version has a 1 energy cost thing where it guarantees that they go to sleep. Regular Wigglytuff at there. We have the EX for the sleep. That one, we get 1 Pokeball, 1 X card. He did 1 red card, but I'm not sure if we keep that outside of like a tournament setting. Need the double Sabrina. Double Koga. And we have the Wheezing line as well. What did I miss? Oh, it's 2 Wigglytuff EXs. All right, let's queue up with this one. I'm gonna go grab a screenshot of it to add onto the screen. I'm gonna reset our win rate. And I think we move it over here. I'm going to be adding the deck. There we go. Did you play regular Pokemon trading card game Pocket? Or Pokemon, well, my goodness. Regular Pokemon trading card game? I dabbled very, very lightly. So whenever I was younger, I got several of the starter decks, opened a few packs, and learned the rules of it. But I didn't have anyone nearby me that played. So the biggest like Pokemon trading card game experience that I had was actually I think it was the Game Boy Color. the Pokemon trading card game, I think it was a Game Boy title. I don't remember if it was Game Boy Color or what. But that was the biggest like introduction into the game that I've had. But I played it very lightly outside of that as well. When is the new Jiggly out? Might be saving for Wiggly. It's... I don't remember when the next event is. I want to say it's either late November or early December when we get the other Jigglypuff line. Did the Game Boy title slapped? It did. I loved the Game Boy title for it. I got so lucky and pulled 2 Alakazams, and now this deck is carrying me. Wait, 2 Alakazams. So are you running a Weezing Alakazam deck? Playing Pocket has made me want to play one of their older mainline games. Yeah. Where can you see all the Pokemon in each pack? There's a couple of websites. I think it's like Pocket Codex might be one. There's also I think it's Pokemon Pocket Zone, where there's a couple of different sites that would have the listing. All right, let's go ahead and go Weezing. We could go X speed. Could also look to like set him to sleep. I think I'm gonna go X speed. Put the coughing up front, because we can always potentially hit it with a Koga to pull it back in and heal it up. Finally got my second Weezing yesterday. Yeah, Weezing is I think in a really good spot. There's a lot of people that are playing around with Weezing decks. So I'm glad to see the energy onto Zapdos EX here instead of onto Pikachu. Takes them a little bit longer to like ramp up and get ready where they need to go. Just Alakazams with promo Clefairies. Stall until I get and Woobat says Swoobat. Stall until I get an Alakazam online. Ooh, nice. And it's doing well for you. We do unfortunately get hit with the Sabrina. We do get Koga. Don't think this is an awful play. We have Weezing, so we can go ahead and poison the Zapdos. And then just in case they have another Sabrina, I'm going to evolve this. Oh, wait, we can't. We attacked. In that case, we're hoping for no Sabrina. Let's go ahead and start building up our Wigglytuff for the sleep song. As it is right now, we wouldn't survive a full hit with Pikachu EX. In Koga, that feels kind of bad. Can also do Sabrina, so whatever they bring forward, we can potentially poison. So it is the Pikachu. We're able to get him poisoned, at the very least. Not sure it's enough, though. do wish we had like a surprise potion that we had that could have healed him back up by that 20. Yeah, without it, we're just really reliant on stalling, and we're not able to get a stall going. Red card is okay. Maybe we draw into better. Professor's research is good. We get the Pikachu really close to being destroyed here. We do this, but I'm not sure that it's honestly worth it. Because then we have the Wigglytuff, and we weren't able to get it built back up. They were able to just kind of out damage us before we had him. Before we had him going, or before we were able to use a Koga. We'll jump out of it. Gotta change our win rate to 0 and 1. There's also a Wheezing Alakazam deck that I saw that I think was pretty interesting. I don't know how that one holds up against like the burstiness of like the Pikachu decks, which I think is always our litmus for what we can and what we do run. And then on the YouTube side, Becky, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. And then Dark Moon, I see that you said, what's your favorite deck? I think you asked that a while ago, but it kind of shifts. I really like a lot of the budget stuff. So I like the budget Blaine. I think it's a pretty accessible deck that doesn't rely too much on like any kind of RNG outcomes like coin flips. But I don't know that it's the most strong thing out there. We have the Mewtwo deck, which I think is always one of the biggest like powerhouse one-hit KO type decks. We have the Charizard Moltres, we have the Pikachu, and I haven't really been able to build many of those except for the full-on Mewtwo one. Because I haven't been able to pull the birds that we need for them. And then Robe, welcome in. All is going really well, Robe. Hopefully you're having a great one. Dark Moon, you said I'm using the Blaine deck to climb right now. Yeah, Blaine deck is decently strong. Like it has a little bit of surprising reach to it, and it's fast. And so a lot of the like staller decks that are looking to just build up into like a big final payoff, you're able to address those before they really get going. So the early Sabrina, we can burn X speed, and I guess we can't burn X speed. We may just have to kind of deal with it. Yeah. Yeah, we do. We can evolve the Wheezing. If they take out Jigglypuff, we'd be able to throw one on him and knock out the Pokemon they have right now. We could also evolve into like a Wigglytuff, survive or tank another turn, but I'm not sure that that's the direction we want to go. Guy queued up his Lapras deck. Oh no, Cheshire. Oh, the Lapras deck for like Lapras EX? Might have. Working on getting the Koga deck up. Yeah, I think Koga is one that's that is a pretty strong deck. I think we'll see it around for quite a while. We're going to go ahead and throw out the poison. We're going to need another basic before we even think about doing like a Koga. What site do you use for the decks? I don't have one that I go to. This one was created by Captain Kerr, and he ran it on the Pokemon Invitational last weekend. And unfortunately, he misclicked on a potential like game-winning coin flip outcome and ended up not making it to the finals. But he had a very admirable run. We may lose to the Lapras EX deck. Yeah, there's nothing we can do. I guess I'm gonna switch off of this one too. We'll do Koga. It gives us an instant loss because we don't have any Pokemon out on the board. But we didn't have a way around that one either. Alright, we have the Budget Blaine deck. There's also this one, and I haven't ran it much, but I think it's a pretty interesting approach. With the Alakazam build-up. It's kind of a similar idea. You get Wheezing up in the front line as kind of your tank. You Koga, pull him back in. And then you have your big payoff of the Alakazam. Sorry for all the questions. Your Sabrina is that just a very upgraded version? Mewtwo EX. Golem is very underrated. Really, I've never even ran into or seen a Golem. So it would definitely be surprising. I think Blaine has that, not Blaine, Brock has that surprise of giving that extra energy. And then Elton, you're okay with all the questions. So the Sabrina, this is just a rarer version. It does the same thing, but it's a 2-star rarity, so it's just harder to pull. And I need to switch the deck that's on the tracker as well, since we're running this one. So I'll need to build it up to take a screenshot of it. So Lapras EX is what we're going up against. Oh, and the Articuno EX. Oh no. We've been having some pretty bad RNG today. So okay. One is, at least it wasn't an entire flood, but it is very much not great. Unless they have another Sabrina, we can survive one turn at the very least. This game really needs a dark mode, or at least not be this bright. I get solar flared every time. Yeah, it is a pretty bright game. They do have their second Misty. We can't even draw a second basic. And they draw all 3 of theirs and double Misty. Sheesh. We can't steal a win to save our lives today. Let me grab the screenshot of this deck. We're confident that this one's gonna be good. After that Misty showcasing. All right, let's look at the Alakazam. I'll build out this deck. You could do The one that's built out may be slightly different than what I have here. Double, double, double. A double potion. They have no red card. One Giovanni. For simplicity's sake, I'm going to take out the red card, add in the potion. And then you could always like take out one of Sabrina's. In this version, it was for the Giovanni. Let's take out one potion for Giovanni. And I'll just build out the deck. Because I think having that extra plus 10 sometimes could be exactly what you need to be able to find the win. All right, let's bring the Pokédeck in here. Ooh, that's super small. We need to find a better site to grab the decks off of. Real tiny. Does game have a problem with account sharing? I don't think so. So they start Zapdos EX. We do have our Coughing, but we have Wheezing, so we're gonna be able to do the big Wheezing upgrade right off the jump. But we're gonna need another basic to be able to make use of the Wheezing or the Koga here. So there's the Abra for us. We don't have the proper energy, unfortunately. That'll be next turn. We can wait. So they don't have any Pikachu EXs yet. Alright, let's go Wheezing. We're going to throw in the Poison, which puts the pressure on them very, very early here. If they build up or if they continue to build up the Zapdos, we may throw a Sabrina next turn. They can't hit us with the 3 energy attack. And then on the YouTube side, David, you said, "Hey TLSG, I love both your Snap and Pokemon content. If you had to choose only one, which would you choose?" Kind of my dilemma now. I think it's really tough to say because Pokemon is new. It's kind of flashy. It's exciting. It's an IP that I also enjoyed alongside Marvel, probably longer than the Marvel IP. But it's still very, very new. And so it's hard to say what's ultimately going to be like this. Like if they don't continue to develop the game or come out with new strategies, I could see Pokemon Pocket getting stale. But as long as they continue to have events running like they have now, or come out with new cards, new sets, new ways to make it interesting to actually engage in the battle, then I think Pokemon Pocket has a pretty big asset that it's able to leverage. Talk about Bad RNG, just queued into a discard deck, and first 2 locations were Sokovia and Weapon X. Hitting Apocalypse 2 times for them. Oof. That definitely is tough. Okay, so they are ramping up their Pikachu EX here. If they have... Need Kadabra. Because if they have an X speed, they can attach onto Pikachu this turn, and then also retreat out the Zapdos. I'm going to throw the coughing up front. I guess we can use the Wheezing to immediately evolve him. He can tank a shot if needed. Ooh, so it's Eevee. I know that Jeff, I don't know if he still is, but I know Jeff was running a like Pikachu EX Jolteon deck for the event a little bit earlier. It looks like maybe he hopped offline. Still no evolution for the Alakazam, which is super unfortunate. If they don't have the Jolteon evolution, we'd be able to tank one shot with a Potion. He tried to play Snap and it drove him offline. He switched from Pocket over to Snap, and that's where he ended his stream. Did like some bad RNG get to him, or like what happened? Relatable. Relatable. Absolutely relatable. They do have the Jolteon, so they're going to be able to knock out the Wheezing here. And we're going to fall to the Pikachu deck, I think. If all else fails, we'd throw into the budget Blaine. Oh, for the best. Because we haven't got any Stage 2 Evos here. Which is really, really tough. Yeah, no matter what, they'll be able to do... Yeah. I think we're just going to switch to something that's like more consistent early game value, and less reliant on like great draws, I suppose. Is it Arsham? Arsham by far the most annoying to play against? I don't feel like Arsham is all that awful, honestly. As long as you see it in moderation, I don't have an issue with it. Jeff had some bad coin flips plus the BMing. What? BMing on Pokemon? Or Pokemon inconsistent? Yeah, none of our guys can survive a attack. I like to BM Jeff and Snap a lot. I gotcha. I can feel that. Let's go ahead and give him that one. My goodness. All right, we're going to switch over to, I guess, Budget Blaine. I have to find something that has some merit. I don't want to run one of the, like, Pikachu decks. I want to run something that can beat those. And we're just not having much luck finding that. But Budget Blaine sometimes is fast enough that it may not... They may not be able to get ramped up in time. I see, I may have already grabbed a snippet of the Budget Blaine. Super duper tiny, but for now it'll work. as a beginner player? Any deck suggestions to tackle the PvP event? I would say look for like a budget deck. So there's a budget Mankey Primeape with the Lapras event, and then this deck is also very budget friendly. So I would say something like that would be where I would start at. That you can't make educated snaps? What, in Conquest? Oh, against Articuno. Yeah, that's very true. And so it very much feels like you just kind of have to hope for the best and kind of gamble on one at some points. Don't have to worry about stage 2s, and you can trap them after Sabrina. What, with something like this? Oh, Arbok Wheezing? True. Yeah, Arbok Wheezing, I ran a little bit and enjoyed, but it... It also had some potential issues. I'm gonna go ahead and let our Vulpix fall here, unfortunately. But otherwise, we would be spending our energy to be able to try to retreat it later. Did hope for the best at gameplay. My main problem with Articuno is all the information is with them. Yeah, especially in Conquest, and Jeff plays mainly Conquest, so I could see that being a much bigger issue than in Conquest than on Ladder. So they baited us into the non-attack. And I honestly don't play very much Conquest anymore. If I did, I think I would feel the strain of Articuno much more. Sorry, I got hit with the ads. Did you touch on Arbok Wheezing? So I played Arbok Wheezing. I had one built out that Raven ran in the tournament. And there were some games where it felt like it did really, really good. Other times it... I don't remember what deck it felt like I was losing to the most, but there were a couple of like really common decks that it felt like I just couldn't really touch against. But to be fair, nothing else is working for me right now. Ah, the double heads is bad. So since we started super slow, the biggest part of this deck and the biggest advantage of this deck is how quickly it like ramps up and can start damaging the opponent. This time around, we ended up ramping up very, very slowly here, which is a huge disadvantage. Snap is a game based on correctly anticipating what your opponent has. Yeah, Articuno definitely heard that a lot. Did Jeff kind of rage offline yesterday too? Or does he typically? I guess I haven't been at the end of his streams very often. Does he typically not raid out to people? So we're gonna be able to knock out the Moltres EX. So we just need one more good outcome, so potentially on a Rapidash. We could single destroy it with a Ninetales. Go ahead and use Giovanni. Put it within range of knocking out Moltres here. And then we're just looking for a Sabrina top deck. Was it a day that ends in Y lately? I can see that. I can understand that. I'm running a similar Blaine deck in PvP event, but with a Magmar Farfetch'd. How's the Magmar feel to you? He always felt too slow for me. And then Farfetch'd, I think, is an interesting include. So it's 180. We could always just... Maybe we can take out the Charizard. Pokeball doesn't draw anything for us. But in case we get hit with a red card, I'll go ahead and play it. Go ahead and use our first Blaine here. And then if they don't heal the Charizard, we can knock it out next turn with a Rapidash Blaine, I believe. But if they have a potion that they use on him, it puts him outside of that range. You like Golduck line or Tentacruel line for a Starmie EX? I like the Golduck line a little bit better, I think. I only have one Starmie EX, so I haven't ran it exclusively, but it feels like the Psyduck can be pretty decent on like turn 1 if you get like a Misty and you can stop them from being able to use their supporting cards. Can be pretty oppressive. They did have the potion, so we're right back down to being in a pretty tough spot. Wait, hold on. Our only chance, we have a very slight chance. Very, very slight. And it relies on the tail attack from Vulpix. Oh, the coin flips aren't falling our way today. Could they not just retreat to dash? Yeah, probably. Since they just can't attack. They could retreat out the Charizard. You gotta blow on the coin first for good luck. We gotta do something. We can't steal a win to save our life today. And some of those have been coin flips falling in our favor. Some of it's just been ramping up slowly. Like that game, we shouldn't have really even been close to being able to be in it because of how slowly we ramped up and started off with it. And on the YouTube side, you said it also ran Arbok Weezing. Felt like it needed a 5th basic, not a great ladder deck, but a great tourney deck. Yeah, I think it was good for the tournament. And I think for maybe the PvP event, we see a lot more meta decks now. And so maybe it'd be worthwhile. So starting with Vulpix again. We don't get the first attachment. There's a chance that we can X-Speed into Ponyta. Into a Rapidash evolution if we get lucky with a draw. I'm on a 7-game win streak. Must be nice. Most people running EX Pokemon makes it really easy to score 2 points since EX gives 2. Yeah. Yeah, if you can knock them out. I'm crushing with Starmie. Yeah, I think Starmie EX, especially if you get good on the like lucky side of like a potential Misty. I just leave on the Pikachu matchup. And yeah, that's the other bad thing is Pikachu is very, very common. With an X speed, they could one-hit KO a Ninetales. If they have another basic to throw. Surprisingly only seen it once? My goodness. Yeah, there's the X speed. I feel like my opponents have had really good hands the last several games in a row. It could just be copium, honestly. Honestly, it could just be me trying to cope. But my goodness, Ninetales can't tank a fully ramped up Pikachu EX deck. Wait, he didn't attack with Pikachu? Hold on, we knock him out. Feels like a mistake. One hit KO the Pikachu. They threw Brocka, currently 9-0. Dang. Kabutops. Primate Kabutops destroys. I don't have Kabutops to be able to guarantee the Mankey at the start. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Yeah, the Hourglass missions only go through participate in 10 matches. There we go. We stole the win away. Yeah, the dust goes to 50. The emblems go to 45. And then the Hourglass is just a 10. Starting to think Zapdos EX is hurting the Pikachu deck more than helping. Already 3 energy when you want them on the Pikachu and very high rolling. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that. The biggest benefit is for me is that he's like a big body with a 1 energy cost retreat, and so he can tank a couple of shots while you're getting your Pikachu online. So we're going first. We're gonna pull into Rapidash, guaranteed. So then we can evolve and attack with Rapidash right off the jump. And then Zat Murdoch, long time no see. Welcome in, Zat. He said, Jeff, he seemed sad. I can't blame anyone in the US, regardless of the political spectrum. Yeah, it definitely feels like no matter who you voted for, there's a lot of division in like the... Wait, we go first, not second. All right. We can evolve on next turn, though. What's the best deck in the game to you? Right now, the Pikachu EX deck. And then yeah, we're gonna move on. But I think no matter what your stance, it feels like there's a big divide, which feels kind of bad. So the Pikachu EX deck, I think, has the highest win rate. It is incredibly bursty. It is flexible with the low retreat costs. It's really everything that I think you would want in a deck, honestly. And so it's the Pikachu EX, like Zapdos EX, Voltorb, Electrode line. And Electrode can do some interesting things because he has a free retreat cost as an Electrode, which I think is kind of crazy strong. All right, do we hit him with the Sabrina to pull out either Ralts or Mewtwo? Or do we save it for later? Maybe we save it for later. You take deck submissions? Yeah, I take, especially if I'm losing, we definitely take deck submissions. And then, I don't know how to pronounce the name, Psychofall. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. So they... Wait, did we not attack last turn? Did I not attack? Oh, you skipped? Oh my goodness. Maybe we're the one that's throwing. giving them time to ramp up into the Mewtwo. Oh, bad. Oh, no. I built that Pikachu at deck without knowing it was meta. Yeah. Skip school? Okay. Oof. The big burst of the Mewtwo, we can't really do much against it, unfortunately. We can knock out the Abra. We're still looking for the Ninetales. If we get the Ninetales, then I think we can like maybe find a way to win it. Wheezing Poison crushes Mewtwo or Arbok early enough. Yeah, I know that both of them can. What's your favorite way to combat Mewtwo decks? It depends on if they have a third Pokemon out on the board. Because Sabrina can be good if you can handle the Ralts early, but the Wheezing stuff, Wigglytuff, crushes Mewtwo. And I tried the Wigglytuff and I went like 0-4 and then dumped it. All right, so hands down here, we're drawing into Ninetales, guaranteed. Never mind. Skill issue. All right, so the smallest of like positive windows is their Mewtwo cannot attack this turn. So this deck can be pretty good against Mewtwo. Yeah, it can. If you get like ramped up early enough. Sabrina didn't help us because they had the Abra on board. Otherwise, we could have taken out Ralts before it fully evolved. My goodness, a Snorlax to stall as well. Well, same thing. We're relying on a coin flip. All right, that does us in. He said Abra Mewtwo guard. Double stage 2 lines. Seems slow though. Yeah, but it paid off for him here. The bro was cooking for sure. Yeah, and there's several seen her on the YouTube side. But the interesting thing about Pikachu deck is that it is not being sure exactly what the best version is versus the Mewtwo or Charizard. They're always the same. I can agree with that. Where can I submit a deck? So you can shoot it on the Discord, or if you grab like an untapped link to it, you can copy and paste the link over, and I'll get it that way. Yeah, I've seen Farfetch'd in this version of like the budget Blaine to kind of weather those bad draws that you might get. 1 and 3, unfortunately. All right, so Mewtwo EX. If we don't let them ramp up, then maybe we can handle it. I like Farfetch'd in the deck. Yeah. I think Farfetch'd in the deck is a good like early tempo play. It's the same power output as like your Rapidash, and it's an alternate because typically you don't want to lead with Vulpix. leading with Vulpix is usually not great. So I may take one card out and try the Farfetch'd line. So many Mewtwo's. Yeah, we're running in the PvP event, and so it makes a lot of sense that we'd see a lot of Mewtwo and Pikachu. But if you find a deck that does good against both of those, you're cooking. I'm Lacey, by the way. Change the name. Is it now Nileach? I'll try to remember. You see mostly Articuno? Really? I think one less. Why are they slow rolling us? And then Georgie with the hydrate reminder. What? I guess we could have waited on like an X speed to throw in like Ponyta to do damage off the jump, but I think it's okay. Not that they're going to be able to attack anyways. We just got to practice our coin flip. There we go. We waste it when we don't need it. Opening with Vulpix and going first is easily the worst start for this deck. Yep. Easily the worst. I've been having some bad draws. We're weathering them, we're taking them in stride, but then Chewbacca. Don't listen to Nightbot. You're not on any naughty lists. I try to get Pikachu EX. Yeah, Pikachu EX is very, very strong. Probably the best deck in the game. So I actually can't build this one out. I don't have 2 Starmies. You said I think that's why Jeff is a strong advocate for at least 5 basics. With only 4, it leads to a lot more bad draws. Good. I ran into a run of Articunos hitting God flips on Misty. Concede next game. Yeah, it's bad flip. Take it in stride, move on. With only 4, yeah, 4 can lead to bad outcomes from time to time for sure. So since we can't single destroy here, just do a regular flamethrower. And we're going to be at their mercy of just like sitting and waiting through their entire minute-and-a-half turn timer. No, are they actually going to play on speed now? Did I have Zapdos EX, Pikachu EX with it would go hard? Yes, very much so. Pikachu EX is like they go hand in hand with each other. I just started with Vulpix and flipped heads both times, but had both Ninetales and all 4 other basics in the bottom 9. Oof, with the Pokeballs, that's a very rough start. We should win this one. Their deck started off slowly enough that they weren't able to get a Mewtwo online. So even with Ralts, I think we're good here. Now back to a 50 win rate. 2 and 4. That gives us our second emblem. It does. Next one will be for 25. He said I only need 5 more cards for the Koga stuff, so we'll focus on it. Yeah, I think the Koga stuff is definitely a decent idea or decent line right now. Opening some Pikachu packs. Well, good luck. Hopefully you get them. My goodness. Double Vulpix opener. And then double Pokeball is in another Mewtwo deck. Imagine that. So maybe it's not awful. Actually, they get to attach the first energy, which is pretty bad. We have all of our basics. Still have not seen any steel decks in the event. I think steel needs more support. Right now, the tankiness of the steel cards aren't really enough to warrant like the cost of building them and building them up. Do we burn a Sabrina so that they can't destroy our Vulpix? Otherwise, we retreat the Vulpix into the Rapidash. Burn a Sabrina. I guess we could have attacked with Tail Whip. I don't know. It would have came down to it. Heads or tails, coin flip. Good thing we didn't rely on that. We would have been dead. So they hadn't attached onto the Mewtwo. Since we don't know if or when we'll draw a Ninetales, I'm going to pull the Vulpix out, put it in the Rapidash, but much slower start for us without the evolution of the flamethrower line. So there will be steel decks when Duraludon arrives. We got a little bit to go before that, but is that 2 wins and 4 losses, or 2 wins out of 4 games? So it's 2 and 2. I guess would it make more sense to do 2 and 2? So win / loss. Does that make more sense? Or does that look like it's 100%? Really bad draw out for us. Two makes sense to me. Could just do win dash loss. Yeah. That way you only have to update 1 number at the end. Very true. We're gonna pull a Ninetales here, knock out the Mewtwo EX. Not the Evo we needed. Both Professor's Research, both Ninetales in the bottom 8. Feels bad. Our only hope is lucky coin flips. Okay. We might still be alive. Oh, never mind. They just retreat out this one, don't they? They don't have any need for the extra energy. They have Gardevoir up and running. X speed on it as well. Yep, that's the right call. Let's go ahead and give him that one. I am going to run to the restaurant real fast before we continue on. 2 wins, 3 losses. We got to bring it back up to a 50-50. We'll be right back, you guys. I wonder if there will be any hydrate reminders when you get back. There might be. Our RNG is pretty rough. We need to use something more consistent. Time for Misty. We do have the double hydrate from Sergeant and Georgie and Nampi. Nampi? All right, hold on. We got to run back to another ad break. I have to run to the restroom. You're manifesting it? Nampi? Drink up, streamer man. Are we ripping one pack? I would never turn down a buy though. Me neither. I think that's the problem. I thought it was a god pack for a second. Is Charizard the Starmie pack? I believe so. I think so. I could be wrong. Yeah, it's Charizard. I'm missing 13 cards. Victory Bell. Executor EX of all things. Moltres EX. Gyarados. Articuno EX. Regular Raichu. Can't pull that to save my life. Magneton. Zapdos EX. Electros. Somehow. We haven't pulled a single one. Regular Gengar. Regular Mewtwo. And then Kabutops. And Kangaskhan. But we've gotten all of the like full art cards down here. Not the other one. All right, let's jump back into it. We're going to bring our win rate back up to 50%. Try the deck with the regular Starmie. Okay. Want one of my, like, 10 Electroses? At this point, we may take it. They get me an exit. Yeah, if you start with your first card, or if you start with your first pack as Charizard, you're guaranteed the Executor EX. And so it's kind of wild that I still haven't been able to pull one. We do start with Ponyta Rapidash Evolution this time. It's a great start. It looks like we're going against the Mankey deck, like the Mankey Marowak deck. Oh, maybe not. What? I don't think I've ever seen this card in my life. It's not a bad return. We still have Rapidash, but we get a Pokeball. So we can knock out Cubone next turn if they don't evolve it. It combos with Pokeball. I have heard that Pokeball doesn't actually shuffle the deck. And so then, I haven't tried it myself, but from what I've heard, it doesn't. Otherwise, yeah. It only shuffles if you have no basics. I wouldn't say you chose the wrong one. Like, Executor EX is very usable, Sergeant. You really need to show you what you'll be earning based on your choices. Yeah, like the first time I pulled, I think I did the same thing. I think I did the Charizard pack. That's why people like it in 18T. I didn't realize that. So we should be able to clear that with an evolution here. So now we knock out the Cubone. Let's start building up the Vulpix. We don't need to do Giovanni or Blaine because we're going to be able to knock him out as is. I only need 5 more. You said we're only allowed up to 15 decks, so we need to think out which. But you can delete them. You can delete them as you go, Becky, as well. What else are you going to put in 18 trainer? True. Put in as many as many trainer cards as you can. For the Primeape line, we would need to like one-hit KO it. We can knock out the Sandshrew here. And do that. Are you not playing the Pikachu EX deck just cause? I'm not playing the Pikachu EX deck. One, I think it's so strong that it's everywhere, that it feels a little frustrating because it is everywhere. But two, I don't have any Zapdos EXs. And I know that you can run the card without it, or run the deck without it, but it feels like it would be a slightly inoptimal version. But I feel like Pikachu is like absolutely everywhere. And the Ninetales came in right when we needed it to finish it off. We do get the perfect win, Grumpy Old Gamer, which feels good after we've had some really bad starts, some really bad RNG, but we bring it back to a 3-3. Articuno EX slash Misty has beat me too many times on turn 1. Not be grateful for the Pikachu meta. Okay, that's true. But I think even with that Articuno EX, if you get the high roll on Misty 1, it's hard for you to still do much of anything. All right, so we go first. We can, if we draw Rapidash, we can evolve Ponyta right off the jump. Is Untapped going to do a Pokemon deck tracker? Let's hold the professor's research. I don't want to have too many cards in our hand to like really be at aim for a red card. Has there been no over the air? No, there's not going to be another over the air until the 14th. And so we have a patch on the 12th and over the air on the 14th, and then it's going to be almost a full month before we have anything. So it's going to go dark for a very, very long time. Okay, let's Ponyta, Rapidash, and then we're going to actually burn the Blaine here to stop them before Vulpix turns into Ninetales. And then Hurricane. Right now, Untapped has a branch of their site for Pokemon, but it doesn't have a tracker. I don't know if they... Since it is mobile, I don't know if they have a way to actually do like a deck tracker and do a like stats tracking. Because with Snap, it has to be on the PC client that it tracks. In this one, there's no like actual PC client. And then Dujo, you said to finish my deck, I need 1 Sabrina and Gardevoir. Do I spend pack points? Start the event grind. I would say that's not an awful like spend of points. Sabrina's pretty cheap. You'll eventually have a lot of them. And then Gardevoir, I think, is what? 150? It's so funny that a month is considered long. Most games go months between updates regularly. Yeah, but they also do things like this one is doing where they have events and new things that like drip in. It's why do they have a Moltres in this deck? And why did we not use Sabrina? Game has more events than Snap has had in 2 years. Yeah, like small things. Like it doesn't. It's not. They're not big things, but they're little things to keep you kind of engaged. And Deadpool's Diner. Yeah, Deadpool Diner will be coming. But the last few events in Snap have felt almost bad because it feels like they're either wanting you to grind egregious hours, or you're getting constant reminders of like the gold refresh. So like, oop, you ran out of stamina or you ran out of bubs. Do you want to spend gold to get back in? It feels really, really bad. We really need a Vulpix. But I also kind of think it might be worth it to go ahead and hit him with a Sabrina. If they get a good Inferno Dance, they can switch out... I don't know. We're just going to attack the Moltres straight up. The gameplay is good, but everything else is just brutal. I kind of agree, Chewbacca. I like the gameplay of it. Still a lot. I like the new cards and the cadence of like changes, but it feels like cards are beginning to be allowed to kind of run rampant for a little too long, and it feels like a lot more emphasis on a card being good is put on like a season pass card or something that's gonna like directly make them that money. So that feels pretty bad in general. I don't find any aspect of Snap to be brutal. Okay, I could see that aspect of it too. But it's, I don't know, it's like constant reminders of like that we're playing a gacha version. Got constant reminders of like, hey, spend money, please spend money. You need to spend a little bit more money, please. I think is the big thing that feels bad for me. But it didn't used to be that bad, Duju. Feels like as time has went on, it's, and I think that's most gacha games' life cycle. You start out, you have a lot of really cool things that draw people in, and then as you get into like year 2, year 3, it becomes about like milking as much as you can from it, which I really kind of detest the model of most gacha games. You don't like the pack opening? There's a lot of people out there that really enjoy like pack opening, which is why the trading card shop simulator like kind of blew up, because it has the like the pack opening portion of it. So it's like a little bit of gambling to like scratch that part of your brain. The tournament scene for Pocket is so great that I haven't touched Snap since it came out. I need to get involved in some of the tournaments. Where do you typically go where you find them, Darth? And I do like the competitive aspect, which is why I'm kind of enjoying this mode a bit. I'm seeing a lot more very structured, very cohesive, full built out decks versus on the other ones. And so for anyone that was curious as well, this is what Darth Tater said. It's very picky about links. The Limitless, they have stuff for Pocket. Perfect. I'll keep an eye on it. I spent too much money in Snap to stop playing now. And that's the gambler's fallacy, right? Or the sunk cost fallacy. And so like I've spent so much, so I have to keep going. All right, let's finish it off with the Giovanni here. I'm still not sure why they had all of this stuff. Like this deck has a lot going on with the Moltres, the Charmander, the Blaine stuff, I presume. Had a lot of things that were going on here. He said Ursa Day's weeklies have like 300 plus players. I raided over into Ursa Day yesterday, so I'll probably need to check up on like where her tournament stuff is at too. The Pocket is just too basic. So I think I've heard that like point a lot, and I'm not saying you're like completely wrong or completely right. But my counterpoint to that would be when Snap first came out, it was pretty basic. It was very much like who can position their 9-power Chavez more efficiently or their Hulk on the last turn versus what it is now, which is kind of sometimes devolves into chaos. And so it's the very first set. I think there's plenty of time for like that to kind of build up and be a thing. Sometimes while playing Pocket, I look for the Snap button. Danny, I know, me too. Pretty much any game that I play nowadays, it's like I've devolved backwards. Because like any game that I play nowadays, if I have like something where I'm real confident, so I did it when I was playing chess too. Like I would see an opening chest hand and I'm like, ooh, we've got him. And I'd go to like instinctually snap and realize that that's not a thing. OG snap was, did you get Kazar or Devil Dino? You probably won. Yeah. Yeah. That was the OG days of snap. It was like very little anticipation. The most anticipation you would run would be, are they running Killmonger or are they running Shang-Chi? But that would be, that was about it. And I do like the like increased stakes of snap. So like if you're confident, you can get more. But I think that also feeds into the like amount that it can feel bad. I think losing 8 when you were super confident could be like just a mood ruiner if you were like, if you thought you were gonna win it and then you lose to like some RNG or some BS sometimes. Well, that was a fast one. You'll love to see it. We're getting on the lucky side of it. We weathered our bad luck and our bad RNG storm. So we're now 5-3 with the deck. And this is a budget deck. This is my favorite thing about this, is that it is a very cheap, but pretty impactful, pretty cohesive deck at the same time. What's the Hypno Dig Pidgeot deck? Feels so annoying to play against. I don't know. I haven't ran into one of those. This game just feels like you know by turn 2 or 3 if you're gonna win. A lot of times it can, but there are certain decks where like getting a good Sabrina or getting like a surprise Giovanni or a surprise Blaine can cause for that upset. Snap, don't you know by turn 2 or 3? Not necessarily, because a lot of it depends on like your draw out, figuring out what your opponent has. And so usually for me, where I get the most either confident to stay or go is around turn 4. I think it's Snap. I have not tried any Brock decks yet. I ran into my first one yesterday and demolished them, but honestly I forgot Brock was a card before that. I think the gameplay in the game has actually impressed me. It also has a more competitive person. I still don't know if it's enough. Yeah, so the Mand, I think that is where it comes down to like how they handle the expansions or additional sets to like counterbalance stuff. Because I'm the same way. Initially, I was very hesitant on Pokemon Pocket's gameplay, but as I got a bigger collection, there's a lot of like kind of ebbs and flows and decks that do well into certain matchups and they don't do well into other ones. So you can kind of have some strategy depending on like what you're seeing a lot of. And so I've grown to start enjoying it much more. They did get the single energy, so they're going to be able to start one hit KOing us starting next turn. Does up to 100 damage, and so we can't even a Rapidash can't tank it. I think their focus will shift to battling. I agree. I think initially the thought was like a cool collector style of game, but I think there's been a lot of focus and interest into the battling side of it that I think we'll start seeing more development there. At least that's what I can hope for. All right, let's Rapidash, attach an energy. We're going to throw a Sabrina their way to put the EX into the back line. And at least let us be safe for a turn here. You worry that the meta only shifting every few months? Maybe. I just played an aggro Raichu deck and got railed. Oof. I've tried my best to pull a Raichu and have not been able to. Yeah, new card, like new mini sets every month and a half. I think in between there, we get some like things, like if we have events that are releasing like alternate versions, I think we can have things that maybe tide us over until like the big sets release. Yeah, the update cadence, I think Snap has nailed that. However, the last few over the airs have felt very, very safe. Like it hasn't really changed a whole lot in a meaningful way. At least that's the way that it's felt to me. Cards coming out too quickly would make it hard to keep up. Yep. And so I think that makes it harder for people that want to take a little bit of a break and then come back. I think they both have pros and cons. I know that both Marvel and Pokemon are huge IPs, and so we honestly, there's no telling, like longevity wise, which one like triumphs. But I think regardless, it'll be very interesting to kind of see develop. We need one more basic, so ideally like a Ponyta, because their Lapras will knock out our Rapidash here. We'll throw in Ninetales and do 120 damage, but we need like another Vulpix, another Ninetales, or another Vulpix, another Rapidash on the board to continue following up on that damage. I wish Snap released all cards for a month at once. Ooh. Yeah, that would be a lot of change all at once. But I think it would create some cool like shifts or a lot of excitement, like really caged into like one point in time. Oof. That red card is brutal. Sabrina might be okay actually. No, we only have one. Pokeball guarantees us that we do get to draw into another card to sit on the bench. But no Blaine for the extra 30 onto our Flamethrower. Ninetales. Ninetales is nice. We need Vulpix. That is not a Vulpix. I don't think we win with even with the Rapidash evolution. Does this deck succeed well in the PvP event? Right now we're 3-2. No, we're 5-3. We're 5-3 with it in the PvP event, and so it does decently. It has a lot of like early damage and an early burst, which can really help it stay locked in. This one, had we gotten a Ninetales or a second Ninetales, we could hold our own here, but without it, we had a shot of winning against the Lapras water deck, but didn't quite get there. So we do get the Rapidash, but it is nowhere near enough. We can stall, and we're hoping for the Vulpix, but by then Lapras gets healed up a touch. I just pulled that alternate art of Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff there's exactly one deck that I've seen that like she does pretty well in. It's a like Wigglytuff Wheezing deck, and I think she stands to gain a lot of benefit when we have our next promo set of cards come out, because the Jigglypuff, there's going to be an alternate version. Oh, wait. They can just retreat out with Articuno. Never mind. We don't have a chance. We never stood a chance here. The alternate version of Wigglytuff that they're going to release is going to have a 1 energy cost. It's a typeless energy cost, and it's Sing. So it's going to put the opponent's Pokemon to sleep guaranteed. It's not even a coin flip mechanic. which I think is going to be very, very frustrating and very, very strong. Because that can help you stall until you build up a Dragonite or until you build up energy for a Wigglytuff. I think it will bring and make Wigglytuff EX much more viable. Can't wait to throw her in Dragonite. I agree, Chubraka. You can take out the Hypno line in favor of just like that, or the Frostmoth line. Maybe you keep both, but a basic Pokemon that has sleep, I think, is crazy strong. I was never running that trash, but yeah, okay. Hypno is Copium? Okay. You might be right. And then Hydrate from the Phantom Crew. I don't know if I saw this or not, but the Phantom Crew, I appreciate the Hydrate reminder. Had been vibing with the Blaine deck. Put those Mewtwo's in a trash can. Yeah. I really enjoyed a good Blaine deck. It's 75% to do nothing. When you throw numbers at it, I understand. That makes it like puts a number to the performance. Now, if you have two Hypnos, which sometimes you build up into having both of them set to sleep, it can be pretty good. Evens out the odds a bit. Yeah, but you have to have two and you have to draw into them. And so it's definitely a late game setup. So they burned 1 X speed to get Farfetch'd out and on board. We can use a Blaine. We can one-hit KO the Farfetch'd. I'd love to see. Let's attach onto Ponyta. We use one of the 2 Blaines that we have, and we're going to start burning through their cards. You're running 4 slots worth of bad cards. I mean, there's been some games where it saved me and it stalled long enough. There's been other ones where maybe I lost because of it. Who knows? Say it's about 25% of games. I don't know. I don't know that like every single time it hit those odds, it was like a make or break for a game though. So I don't know. I didn't use it a whole lot in the Dragonite build, but I did use it for a little bit. So we have our second follow-up of Blaine here. And knowing they have a Jinx, I'm not even going to attach an energy this turn. Yeah, I got you, Chewbacca. But I do think the Jigglypuff is going to be really, really strong. Having the guaranteed sleep gives it a 50-50 of them just missing a turn, which is huge. And then it lets you potentially stall into bigger and better things. Genuinely asking, have we been playing X-Speed at all? X-Speed is largely for the like Ninetales line. Like if we're leading with Ninetales, and then they hit us with like a Sabrina, we can get Ninetales back in and still attach the second energy onto Ninetales. Right now it does 50 damage onto our Ponyta. think they probably spend their energy on the Farfetch'd to retreat it. Have you beaten all the solo games? I haven't completed all the challenges in them, but I've completed all of the like expert level like decks. So I've won the battles at least once for each of them. Wait, do they have an X speed? Yeah. Their second X speed? Yeah, their second X speed. Rapidash is a good pull. Do we survive one tank? No. No, we don't survive. Vulpix, somewhere into the deck would have been fine. But as is, we can't stop against the Jinx, fortunately. Did we lose the last game? I know we lost that one. But we were 5-3 at one point. Was the last game before that one the Lapras one? 6 of my last coin flips have been tails. Marowak deck, yeah. Sometimes it feels like Marowak should be like a Sand Slash instead sometimes. Just so you have that consistent like damage that you're putting out. Good decks don't typically skip turns. I feel only running 4 totals basics is risky. Even running 5. I would say maybe including a Farfetch'd into the mix could be a good like alternate line. So that way you get kind of out. You weather the bad draws a bit easier. We're gonna hope they don't have Misty. Or a red card. Too many Pikachus for Farfetch'd. Better Kangaskhan. I don't have pink Kangaskhan. That's one of the few cards I haven't been able to pull. The process of elimination says 7. They do have the big Misty. But they use it onto the Articuno. And they do have red card too. Of course. Double X speed is not what we're looking for to pull back into. We started off good. We had a very big lull. So let's reset. I'm going to add Farfetch'd in. And see what our stats look like with a single card changed. Because a lot of our like early game issues feel like it's been due to not having enough basics on the board. We could do Magmar too, but he doesn't serve the role of like launching in and launching an attack early. Let's reset it, see how we do. The Blaine deck is Ninetales or bust. It can be. One Geo instead of the X speed. Yeah, I don't like Magmar most of the time. Hey, we have the Farfetch'd mirror, and we go first here. So unfortunately, they get the first attack. I don't like using Professor's Research on one, but not bad. The Farfetch'd is so goofy strong for what it is. Yeah, I agree. We need an X speed. Get away from their Farfetch'd. What did you remove to add the Farfetch'd? I took out one of the X speeds. I'm gonna see if we would have drawn it. I think we just let the Farfetch'd get sacrificed though. Couple good looking upgrades. When Farfetch'd dies, we can throw in a Ponyta. We have the Rapidash online. If new players go for dark types, they could finish this event in 20 minutes with all the Mewtwo's. There are a lot of Mewtwo's. I don't know about finish. Finish might be really strong. 45 wins is going to take a while regardless. Geo would be perfect to kill the Sandslash. We have Blaine though. They did use a potion. So let's go ahead and throw out Rapidash. And we can start building up the other. I think we get our advantage back here. That leave my Mewtwo alone. He's just like a super strong heavy hitter. Dark slash Wigglytuff. I didn't do too well with Dark Wiggly into Pikachu. Like the wheezing Wigglytuff. I got absolutely bamboozled. Finge, you should be able to get Koga out. I was also drawing really, really poorly. And so I wasn't able to stall. Like, it was Jigglypuff was out, Jigglypuff died, and then I couldn't really do much else because all I had was like one coughing or one wheezing. So this one could come down to an output of do they get a Marowak EX or not? Never mind. It was never going to come down to that. I would much rather take out the Cubone, leave the Sand Slash, because he can't go much higher than 70. So he has a very specific power output that we can rely on. So I think we got our advantage back. What's the correct order between Professor and Pokeball? Depends on what you're wanting. If you have a need for additional basics, so like you're running a Pikachu deck and you have both those in hand, I would say you do Professor and then Pokeball. Most every other situation or scenario, I would say you do. I would say that you do Pokeball first to thin the deck and thin the potential chance that you're drawing into additional basics. And so, unless you just really need a whole bunch of them, I would say most often it's Pokeball and then Professor. Starting off strong with the 1-0. Also depends if you want to shuffle the deck or not. Sorry, why wouldn't you just draw everything when you can? So the outcome of Professor's research would be more likely to pull a basic if you do it before a before a Pokeball, versus after you're more likely to draw into like a Sabrina or an evolution line or something other than a basic Pokemon, because you're already going to pull the Pokemon out of the like available outcome slots, I suppose. So they have some pretty bursty fire guys. We wouldn't be able to do the evolution line, but Farfetch'd, Vulpix, have a couple of basics that we could be digging for. That way, if they do get a really lucky flip somehow, we're not completely out of the water, or we're not completely dead. Do you think Pikachu needs a nerf? Not necessarily. I think it's a very strong deck, but I think as we get more cards and more tools, we can do things that are designed to be able to handle like the burst that Pikachu can do. No luck on the Evo line. We let Ponyta die here? That might be the quickest thing, because then we can Evo into Ninetales next turn and we start slapping some heavy damage their way. Grass is pretty good into Pikachu. Yeah, you have a lot of heals, a lot of tankier Pokemon. So grass, I think, could do decent. And without a way to ramp him up, his evolution form requires 4 energy. Without a way to ramp that up, I think by having the Ninetales, I think we have a much better shot of just burning through what they already have available. Or their Pokemon that they have on the board. Would you say it's worth it to spend shop tickets for Hourglass? Yes. Yes, yes. For the pack Hourglasses, definitely. Especially as you do like the solo missions, you get a lot of shop tickets. And they end up being... You get several additional packs that way. So they're going to be reliant on a coin flip outcome here. Heads, we can't attack. Tails, we win. We did have the Giovanni, so if they hit heads, we could have retreated out the Ninetales. Attacked with the Farfetch'd with the Giovanni to still one hit, knock out the Vulpix. So we would have been okay either way. Big red card. Not that I think we need very many of them. It's still a very big red card regardless. Yeah, I actually added in Sandslash. I added Sandslash in to my Mankey deck instead of Marowak after a while. Was a good stall for their to get their Cinescorch up and running. Because now, since we don't have X speed, which maybe I agree, we should have taken out a Giovanni instead of the X speed. Because X speed, we could have pushed Ninetales back in, hit him with 90 instead of just the 40 that we're going to be able to do. I guess we could have done 50 with the Giovanni. Actually, I forgot. Mewtwo is pretty good into Pikachu. Is it? Can it stall that long enough? Have you videos out on YouTube about this new game? Yeah, Irony. So, exclamation point, Pokemon. I have a channel that I've started posting on dedicated to Pokemon Pocket. If we had done Giovanni last turn, we could do Giovanni again this turn, and we'd be able to knock out the Cinescorch. But that's all right. They're down an extra prize token, so they'd have to be able to knock out 2 of ours, which I don't think they'll be able to do. Yeah, I've started seeing some changes to the Mewtwo deck where they have like an Abra or sometimes a Snorlax to be kind of a frontline body or tank to outlast until you get your Mewtwo online. Added in Farfetch'd, we're 2-0. Could it be that easy? That deck also wasn't one of the ones we were running into a lot of earlier with like the Mewtwo or the Charizard stuff. So I think the last deck probably would have been fine there too. Subscribe and we'll watch and learn from you. Thank you so much, Irony. Hopefully hopefully it's a game that you end up enjoying. I'm actually enjoying it a lot more than I thought I was going to. We're going first. We can start with the Ponyta. We can start with Farfetch'd. Let's do Ponyta, Vulpix, and I'll throw Farfetch'd just on the board as like a backup measure. Yeah, the deck list on the left needs updated. I took out one X speed in favor of the Farfetch'd. Is the only change I made. But I wanted to see how it was going to run before I updated the deck list. Your opponents BM you as well if they know they've lost and just force close it to half and let you sit there and wait. I've only had that a couple of times. Like when I was running like a stall deck, so like a sleep stall type of deck, I had that a little bit. But otherwise, no, I haven't had that a whole lot. Happened to you a bunch. It's unfortunate. So it looks like they're running a stall type of deck. I need to speed up the opponent left timer. Yeah, but if you actually like DC'd, I could see it being as long as it is. It's just if you force close the app, I feel like it's definitely too long. We can't knock out the wheezing. We do clear the poison from that, though. I just wonder if we do Sabrina or not. I'm going to burn one Sabrina here. If you DC, the game's the game. Get better internet. I killed two Dratinis with a Zeb Striker earlier. I enjoy a good Zeb Striker. I think it's a bit too low power for a lot of things, but there are some times where you can just snipe the opponent whenever they're really not wanting you to. Started a knockout yesterday and got Crown Pika, 2 immersives and 2 immersive trainers. That's wild. That's your Mankey deck win. I pasted your message forward. Skip school. So we can knock out this one, but the Dragonair next turn becomes problematic. I think we become a little reliant on drawing into Ninetales, which kind of just feels like it is what it is. Is that non-promo Mankey? No, it's most likely promo Mankey. I feel like promo Mankey, it just, when you build it on Untapped, it puts in the regular one. Any fun deck? I feel like all the decks are kind of fun. Oh no, the Dragonite. We need some abysmal stacks here, like all onto Farfetch'd. That wasn't all onto Farfetch'd. We're alive? I don't think there's any way we ever win. We could just stall. Real Raptor, I've opened a ton of Pikachu packs and still no Pikachu EX. Yeah. What does the Paralyze effect do? You miss your turn. We could BM and just wait the entire turn timer every turn, and then do the attempt at the coin flip. You have 2 Zapdos? Yeah, I have a couple of Pikachu EXs now, but no Zapdos EXs. Let's run this one a bit more. I was thinking about pivoting into another one of the decks out there, but all right, let's start Ponyta. Oh no. The Misty deck could do us in. And the red card on top of it? Rude. Not awful. But we do lose as soon as they get an extra energy onto Articuno. So we can't evolve it. Then we're looking at the Blizzard each turn. Yeah. Yeah, even just the +1 there gives them that like tempo back in their favor. Otherwise, we could have like tried to build up, do an attack with Ponyta, build up our Ninetales to like snipe out the Articuno. But even getting 1, I think, is more than we can handle. Without an X speed, I feel like we just retreat out of this game, honestly. Yeah. There's no way around us with an Articuno, like a fully ramped up one. But I think that's really anything. If they get the Misty down early, there's very little you can do as soon as they start kind of smashing out as much damage as possible. All right, let's lead with the Ponyta. The first turn we can attack, we'll be able to have the Rapidash Evo. If they're a half turn ahead, you can beat it. But if it's full turn, then it's over. A grass deck. You love to see it. We also have the Blaine, so 40, 60, 70, 80, 90. We can one-hit KO the pincer next turn. And then Omblo, I hope you're doing well today. I don't know if you play or watch Halo, but you remind me of a Halo player. His name is Trippy. I haven't watched Halo in a very, very long time. But Trippy's name actually doesn't ring a bell. I was much more like I watched Call of Duty, the pro scene back in the day more than the Halo, because I didn't have an Xbox for a long time. Baby Marowak with the pincer, is that what you're saying? Okay. Very similar effects. Do you think Marowak is better than Sandslash with the Primeape? I'm torn on it. Marowak can be better, but it's also dependent on like getting good RNG. Like you could whiff and not do damage for 2 turns, and if that's the case, then you lose the game at that point altogether. And so I'm iffy about it. We're gonna go ahead and make sure we knock out this Bulbasaur as well. Drawing into a Giovanni would let us one-hit KO the basic form of Bulbasaur. This is looking good. Yeah. I think the typing advantage definitely makes it swing our favor. And if we draw into Ninetales, then we just win on whatever turn that ends up being. And even if they knock out our Rapidash and get a Venusaur online, like the Venusaur's heal is only what, like 20 per turn? I feel like Primeape has so much potential if the next succession has a good cheap fighter to pair it with. Yeah, because there's some games where, like, if you're up against an early damage dealer, that your Mankey is at risk right off of turn 1. But in general, yeah, it has so much potential. And retreat out. We have the Ninetales now, and so even though they have the Venusaur, they're going to be able to do, I guess, 100 damage, and it heals by 30. So a second Erica. Ooh, I don't know. This went from looking really, really good to looking a little bleak, honestly. What's the current best and worst decks to build right now? It really depends. One of the ones that I think is probably of the best is a Pikachu EX deck. Pikachu EX, Zapdos EX, your Voltorb Electrode line is very, very strong. Seven cards. If we draw into... This is going to do 70. Bring him down to 30. It goes back up to 60. So Farfetch'd isn't going to be able to keep up here. Yeah, but the worst deck in the game, I have no idea. Probably one that doesn't run any basic Pokemon, maybe? Or just runs a single basic Pokemon and then nothing else that jives with it. Ninetales evolution would be great. Professor's research. Ninetales Giovanni is not going to do it. 18 trainers isn't awful. Okay. They can retreat out the Venusaur and then put in the Pinsir instead. They would still have to get a heads, but that's their best shot to like end the game right here. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Did they throw? They could have won with the Pinsir. Branda through. Oof. The Pinsir win wasn't guaranteed, but it was a pretty good chance of being able to knock us out. As far as known popular decks go, I'd say that one's probably the worst. What, the 18 trainer Articuno? It's not awful, but it's very reliant on like Misty and ramping up and getting a lucky flip onto that Articuno. Brings us to 11 wins. Not 11 wins. Yeah, 11 total wins. Alright, starting with double Vulpix. Against water could be okay, unless they tempo us with a Misty. I feel like our water opponents always get Misty off the jump. Oh, hand scope, interesting. No evolution for him. We could potentially get it where he can't attack here. I guess if they evolve and get lucky with a Misty, they'd still be able to. Rapidash is not what we're looking for either. At Ponyta, we have Farfetch'd, but we get stuck with double Vulpix. Not a great opener. You get Misty. They hit enough. Beautiful. I was gonna say, if they hit enough, they could retreat out the Staryu this turn. Second Rapidash, no way. Best bet here. Stall him with the Tail Whip. Had they just attacked with Staryu from the jump, I think they would have knocked us out by now. I don't think 2 Geo is mandatory in a Blaine deck. I took out, yeah, we might add 1 X speed back in for the Giovanni. So we took our second X speed out. But I think I like the second X speed a lot better for like countering Sabrina's. Have to stall him forever. I guess they could evolve into Staryu now and swap out. Swap out the Articuno for Staryu EX. They've gone through their entire deck. I'm sitting at 11. No, they didn't swap him out? Big. Don't think we can win at any point with this. We're gonna try our very best. I was half expecting my return to find a redeem to time me out. We should have. We should have made it happen. But I haven't edited any of the rewards. But as soon as they do the blizzard, we're done. Yeah, the deck list isn't updated. I took out one X speed for one Farfetch'd. Oh, they didn't even need to do the Giovanni. That's overkill. All right, Scott, we got your timeout. We'll see you in a couple minutes. All right, that puts us back to, I think, 50-50 out of 6 games, which doesn't feel great. A couple of those were against water decks, but that one really didn't hit a high roll with their Misty. And we've been seeing less and less like Mewtwo, Pikachu, but I still want to give the Arbok deck another try. I don't know if I have a picture of this one or not. Update. No, I'll need to grab it from somewhere. All right, I'll update it. I'll update it right after this. And then Kragu, hope you're well. I'm doing well, Kragu. Hopefully you're doing well as well. All right, let's go Ekans as our starter. Game has taken away my favorite streamers. D-Touch, I apologize. I did play Marvel Snap earlier today for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. Ran a lot of Surtur, but it seemed like Surtur is like super strong, like overly strong, honestly. I'm just missing Jolteon. I'd like to run some form of Arbok Jolteon. Interesting. Let's run the bite. Next turn, we'll be able to get Arbok up. And then around that time is probably when I'll do Professor's Research. Busy with university, but always time for a few games on Pokemon Pocket. Always time for a couple of games. It feels like it's much easier to pick up, put down, and then come back to later than Snap is. With Snap, I get the urge to just continue playing, and before I know it, I've been playing for like 2 or 3 hours. All right, let's go Professor's Research. See if we can find a coughing, wheezing line. Coughing enough. I'm going to go ahead and burn a potion. Just because we don't know exactly what is within the wheelhouse. Maybe they have a Rapidash, Evolution, and a Blaine. I want to make sure I'm far away from knockout potential. Can't they just Shadow King Surtur? It's not Surtur alone. So Surtur, along with the fact that you're throwing 50 power on the board with your other 10 power cards, it leaves a lot of room for tech. So I use a Cosmo, and I use Juggernaut to protect against the Shadow King lines. And then I also use an armor. And so I think it's easier said than done to just throw Shadow King in it. I have 4 coughings, but no wheezings. That is a bit sad. Hey, we can take out the Growlithe in one hit. We're really at risk here from not having any other basics. In the bottom 10. In the bottom 10 would be Professor's Research, Pokeball, and then 3. So 5 of our bottom 10 are solid answers here. But can't find them. As long as we can't get knocked out in one turn, we're good. Got my second Venusaur EX. I'm still waiting to pull my second one, Lacey. First Mewtwo pack I opened. I got the Art Rare Pidgeot. I haven't opened another card from that line since. Oh, man. You'll eventually pull it. You'll get there. You're trying to get him for days? I've been trying to get any of the legendary birds for days, and I just have not been able to do it. And on the YouTube side, Unknown God, you said I've returned from taking out the trash. Welcome back, Unknown God. I feel like they closed the app, and so now we just have to wait. Did you manage to get vouchers on Play Store for play points? I haven't yet. Got a Japanese Mewtwo. Nice, straight liquor or liqueur. How do you think they'll go about trades? I feel like they have to put in either like a level restriction or a lot of stipulations on it. So like maybe you have to have 3 copies of a card to be able to trade one, so that it stop you from being able to just easily farm like those first 40 boosters and then trade off the cards. But at the same time, I think there needs to be some kind of leveling restriction into it as well. You need 3 copies. It just makes trading EXs unviable. I mean, I guess it's just the EXs that it makes that way. Yeah, after a month or 2, you'll have a lot of extras. But before that, like, I think the biggest concern is people being able to load up a second account and then like farm the cards for free. The PayPal for cards incoming under cover market for sure. There could be a black market for it. I know for a little bit there was a market for Pokemon Go accounts. for like level 18 or whatever the max was on that. So I wouldn't put it past people. We are able to grab another win here. Should be able to get a functional deck pretty soon. Yeah, you can definitely get a budget deck. So like this Blaine deck that we're running, or that we were running before this, I guess. Is that 2 games? Or was that the first game with this deck? Can't remember. It's either 1-0 or 2-0. I'm free to play and I'm pretty close to collection complete. Yeah, you can get a good percentage of your cards very early on. Besides big feature decks, like that, you do get neutral cards and cards like Arbok. Get in all 3 if I'm not great decks like that. Yeah. All right, so Arbok is decent into the Pikachu stuff. They do help us get a coughing. Hit them with a red card of our own. Wait, they don't have any basics, so we don't want to red card them. Get Arbok back. Beautiful. Most decks only run at most 1 copy of red card, so I don't think that we have to worry about another. I have an alt account just in case trading works easily. How do you go about like switching back and forth on it? I feel like that would be kind of tedious. All right, into the Arbok. I'll go ahead and do Professor's Research as well. People have 2 phones. Okay, that's true. It's true. Or a phone and a tablet is also very common. Double phone, yeah. Without a Giovanni, they can't one-hit knock us out with this Pikachu. And then Shady said, I definitely agree with them making multiple restrictions to prevent alt trading. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like they have to put something like that in place, or else they just lose any potential for like monetary gain. I guess we don't even need to use the gas leak. We're gonna knock out the Pikachu anyways. And we get another win. That one against a Pikachu deck, but they had a pretty bad start. So they weren't even able to do like their big burst. But we will still take it. We'll gladly take a chance to beat a Pikachu deck wherever we can. But ads, don't know if you asked something else. No, I didn't. I said either phone plus tablet or double phone. Makes a lot of sense. Do you think the battle is worth grinding for? I would say at least participate in 10. Participating in 10 battles will get you 2 free packs. So whether you like go in and then retreat out, whatever that looks like for you. As far as grinding out the emblems for the wins, that also kind of just depends on you. I like the battling, but if I didn't enjoy the battling, if I was just doing it just for the rewards, I'd probably say no. The battling mechanics don't seem to hold me like Snap does. I could see that. We're still really early on. And so I can see that. He said most Japanese gachas are free-to-play friendly. They make just things grindy. They're not actively trying to make restrictions. Did I get red carded on turn 1 again? No. They're not actively trying to make restrictions and be greedy and annoying. That. We get Professor's Research. I don't think we use it. Because I don't want them to take away our double Arbok here. I need the emblem so I can show people I play the game too much. I mean, that I'm really good. So in one of the future emblem events, we have the... you have to get a certain win streak. So it has to be a certain number of wins in a row in the future one, which that one's going to be much more difficult to maintain or to achieve, I think. So I think it's like 5 wins in a row, something like that for the max reward. Get the coughing here as well. And the double snake. And the Professor's Research to draw in a little bit more. I think we're going to take them out before they have a chance to even get going here. It depends if you play people who are 4-0. Like if you're 4-0 and you play another person 4-0, it'd be tight. That'd be a really... Those would be tough wins and hard-fought wins, I think. But I think it'd be fun at the same time. Is it just normal matchmaking? If it's just normal matchmaking, it's probably not too bad. Yeah, you might be right. But from one thing that I've noticed with this event is I'm going up against people that are running much more like meta or cohesive decks than on like the regular matchmaking or ladder. And so it's much less wiggle room for having a bad matchup or a bad draw. So Sabrina. Go ahead and do Sabrina. No, we'll do it next turn. Can't do it this turn because we use the Professor's Research. But that'll stop them from being... I guess we won't do it next turn. It would stop them from being able to ramp up the energy that they're sending out onto the board. Every deck more or less feels the same. It all just comes down to what Pokemon you like. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to build a pretty cohesive deck. And so, like, the new Mankey, you find at least one other Pokemon that pairs well with it that has either a high like attack range or a low retreat cost or high base damage or whatever it is that you're needing. And then from there, you can build out the other trainers. Most of the trainers remain very, very similar most of the time. What sort of meta decks do you see popping up? The only meta decks I have completed is the Mewtwo Gardevoir EX. Yeah, so that one's still very prevalent. It's one of the probably top 3 in the game. The other one that I see a lot of is Pikachu EX. That's probably the best performer out of all of them. So we're going to be able to be, I think, relatively safe here from just throwing a Sabrina. We push their Venusaur back into the back line. And then Ivysaur is not going to be able to retreat out because of Arbok's counter here. It would be nice if they make Twitch drops. It'd be really nice if they made Twitch drops. I don't know. I know that Snap didn't do it for a very long time. Almost a full year after launch. But it'd be nice every once in a while, like as big things rolled out. Fantastic couple of games here. We're 3-0 now. Let me pull up the... I'm going to go ahead and paste in the deck. I'm going to find it, copy it over. So Arbok, Wheezing. Let me see. Make sure this is the right one. Uses the one red card, the one Giovanni. I've been doing pretty good against Pikachu EX with Moltres EX Ninetales. Yeah, Ninetales, if you can get it up and running. I like the budget Blaine deck for that reason. But if you don't end up drawing into your Ninetales, a lot of times you're just kind of drawing dead. So the double... Oh, this is... Yeah, double potion, double Pokeball, single, double, single, double. Yeah. So as we're queuing up into our next match. Grab this. Oh my goodness. Smallest. Smallest deck I've ever seen. There we go. It's small, but it'll work. The Ninetales partner is way better than Zard, at least. All right, let's go ahead and start with our... wait, are we going second? Yeah, we're going second. We're going to start with Ekans. Throw Coughing in the back line since we have the Arbok evolution. And up against Bulbasaur off the jump. A deck that if it gets room to really get ramped up, I feel like can be kind of strong. But I feel like it doesn't quite have as much like big power early enough to compete like the other big meta decks do. Arbok is good. Arbok is surprisingly really, really strong. Dark is going to be broken if it gets one more good card to pair with it. Yeah. Yeah, the Wheezing one is decent. It's like a good staller. But if it has like another like good damage dealer, I think Ekans, Arbok, and then whatever else Dark-wise could go crazy. Venusaur Wheezing? Yeah, Venusaur Wheezing does work. But we have a lot of decks that are leaning onto the Coughing, Wheezing, Koga stuff as of recently. We have a lot of decks that are like really focusing on using that or abusing that like free heal that you get onto the Wheezing when you pull him back in. You just have to draw into Wheezing. Easy. I'm gonna save the Sabrina for later, in case they get like a Venusaur online on us. That way I can send him out of the front line, and then we can force him to stay with whatever else is out there. I've been thinking of cutting the muck line from my list as well. Yeah, the muck line doesn't feel like it does as much often enough, and it requires quite a bit of build-up. What a beautiful Venusaur. If they get lucky with an Executor, kind of scary. They can hit us twice, right? Oh no, up to 80. No, we're okay. I guess maybe a Giovanni could push us within range. Alright, good head flip. Good for them, not good for us. Actually, do we... we should have done Sabrina instead of the Professor's Research. Doing Sabrina could have brought out the Venusaur before it's energized. And we would have had a couple of free turns just to like poke away at it. This is still not awful. We have the double Koga to be able to pull on Weezing, let him get healed up a bit. So even if they get a lucky like 80 damage tropical swing on, be okay. If I want to get Weezing, I've been using Arbok line with Nidoking, and it can work, but I want the Team Rocket lineup. I think it's very fitting that the Weezing or Coughing and Ekans Arbok line synergizes so well together here. I think it's so fitting. Okay, so we do get the second Ekans finally. Go Koga, so we heal up our Coughing. I guess we could have switched the Executor out, couldn't we? That's alright. We're going to make it where they can't retreat the Executor EX regardless. So we should win, unless they have potion or a way to heal him. There's the potion. If we don't beat the Executor EX this turn, we can't guarantee that it doesn't get retreated out. Erica? Yeah. Just need to Sabrina into a second Arbok. Second Arbok. What, Sabrina next turn? 1 energy short. Yeah, yeah, we're short on the Arbok here. Otherwise, we could do the Koga. And we're 1 damage short too. Have to save Arbok to win. Yeah. Oh wait, we had Giovanni. What are we doing? We had Giovanni in hand. We could have done it. They can't retreat here, right? Because it needs 3 energy, unless they just have a lot of X speeds. We may still be able to win it, but yeah, Giovanni would have gotten it. They just have a hard time retreating this guy out. So unless this is an X speed. No Erica. We tried our best to throw on that one. Just got back from a meeting. How's the deck going? It's going well. Right now we're 4-0 with it, which is much better than our other stuff was doing. It was like pushing just over 50. This one we're doing incredibly well. Yeah, since it was EX, it gave us the 2nd and 3rd point there. What would you build with Venusaur? Any idea, or just follow the meta? You need a staller out front to be able to make sure your Venusaur gets built up. But since I only have one, I haven't really experimented too much with it. I think Wheezing Arbok actually works decently, supposedly, with the Venusaur line. Let's go ahead and start out with our Ekans. Do we ever hit them with a red card? Because they went with Professor's Research. I think we do. So Ekans, let's hit them with a red card. So all of the cards they just drew into are now gone. Hoping one was not a Misty. Then we're looking for our ideal evolutions. This could be the 18 trainer deck. They did draw back into Misty. Oh no. We need a Tails here. Good. The only bad thing is we're protected against using Sabrina until we can get our Arbok up. 13-0 with that Starmie deck. Huge. Haven't seen a Pikachu since I first tried it. Also very huge. Typical Misty RNG, yeah. I feel like the RNG of Misty is definitely, it feels like it is geared towards failure on the first flip. If you get the first one, I feel like it's very likely to get several. And then Arky with the hydrate reminder, I appreciate you. They're going to be able to have Blizzard up before we evolve any of our guys. Sabrina still doesn't do it because they just put out the old Amber. You're an excellent streamer, constantly acknowledging. Thank you. I try my very best. I'm newer to the streaming stuff. For the last couple of years, I've focused primarily on like doing videos and creating videos. And so the streamer stuff is still a little bit new to me. So the best part of this deck is it only needs the first Misty flip. The rest is gravy. Yeah. Yeah, the 18 trainer Articuno can be real strong. Especially if you don't draw any of your evolution lines. Rough stuff out here. So even if we were able to pull Arbok this turn, we're not able to knock out the Articuno EX, which is what we would need. I feel like this was definitely very winnable if we had a little bit better draw. Well, we get our first loss. A set of ads is going to run real fast, and then we'll be right back. Time to move on? Yeah. Time to dip out, jump into another one. Nothing we can do at that point. I wanted to hold out until I was absolutely certain, but... All right, this hand looks much better. All right, let's go with our coughing because we do have the wheezing line, so we can get a poison in really early on. Although we are weak to fighting. We'd be in for a very rough game. And then Arky, you said snap? I think we retreat on a snap on this one. So the growl doesn't affect us because we have the wheezing evolution. So they just wasted a turn. Not bad. Now we can start ramping up and building up towards a big Arbok. Love to see it. So since they had to start Cubone, I think this one might actually be winnable. So a poison plus Arbok is enough to knock out Machop. So we don't even need the Giovanni. Oh wait, we can't retreat him out. Oh man, forgot we don't have we don't have Koga. Well, never mind. What's the best Mewtwo counter in your opinion? This deck I think gives it a run for its money. The 30, 40, 50. Do we ever hit it with a potion? Yeah, just in case. Is there any benefit to going first? You get to evolve your Pokemon first, so you can evolve on turn 3 versus the other opponent having to evolve on 4. But most of the benefit does come from going second. And the other benefit would be if you're running a water deck and you have a Misty in hand. So we go ahead and finish him off here. No Koga feels bad. And we do end up grabbing our next win. Arbok destroys Mewtwo. It does. Very, very strong into the Mewtwo line. Although, since I started running this, we haven't ran into any of the Mewtwo's. Total wins. We're well on our way. We have 20 days to be able to get them. We're gonna smash it out in no time. You said why, if you can ask? So this deck has a typing advantage, so we do plus 20 damage to the Psychic type Pokemon. And then we also have the ability to lock in their Pokemon with Arbok, so that they can't retreat it out. So we can like make them switch into like a Ralts, and then they can't retreat that Pokemon out to put into something else. And we have the stall technique of like the wheezing into a Koga to pull it back in, heal it, and replace it. So it has a lot of things going for it against Mewtwo, and it ramps up quickly, so we can start attacking as early as turn 1 with either of our lines. And so then Mewtwo typically needs a few turns to ramp up and get to where it needs to be. This one can like start using that advantage very, very quickly. But let's go ahead and start with our coughing. If we draw wheezing, going first here actually could be advantageous because we can evolve into the wheezing on 1. But of course, we're gonna need to be able to draw into it, which I've seen worse odds. We have most of our beginner Pokemon or our basic Pokemon already on board. Is a great start for us. So Voltorb, if it evolves into Electrode, has a free retreat cost. Unless we get Arbok down. So the Voltorb. Energy on the Voltorb. They could ramp it up into Electrode, which I think does, if I remember right, it does 60 damage with the double energy attack. I'm gonna go ahead and use a heal. I think that buys us 1 extra turn here. It does 70? Oh, does it really? Oh no. Well, In that case, I would have opted to not put energy onto the coughing, I don't think. I would have put it on the Arbok instead. I haven't faced off against an Electrode, or we could have thrown Sabrina so that their Zapdos was out there. That saved us as well. Full Art Sabrina is so nice. Going to be an absolute staple for a long time. Yes. Yes, I love the card. I'm glad I pulled at least one copy. Still waiting for the second one. I think it's worth crafting one Sabrina. Can't find her for 1 week. I mean, there's not a whole lot of stakes in the games right now, so like, you could run a halfway optimized version. Be okay. I don't think I ever get heads when I'm asleep. We don't want to do the red card, but I guess they could do one energy and then retreat it out if they really wanted to. I honestly think they adjusted the way Misty works. Me too. So pre-release, it felt like it hit almost every time, but now it feels like it is more often than not hitting tails on that first one. Feels like if you can get past that hump of getting the first heads, feels like you're much more likely to get 2 or 3 or even more. That first one feels like the worst chance out of all of them. Gonna suck it up and I guess let Arbok die too. Feels bad, but they also haven't drawn into their basic lines, it doesn't seem like. In case you guys aren't flipping the Rainbow Erica. It's because you guys aren't flipping the Rainbow Erica. Yeah, I don't have the Rainbow Erica. They threw all of the good RNG onto that one. Pay to win confirmed. They also have the second energy onto their Zapdos EX already. So maybe they hit 4 tails here. Twice. 2 different times. It would have to be at least twice. Not a good start. Yeah, they needed 3 to knock us out. 2 would have left us with 10 HP. Not that I think we would have won either way. Still, feels bad. Brings us down to 5 and 2, unfortunately. Started off very, very strong. And then it's maybe teetered off a little bit, but still doing really good. All right. Start off with our Ekans. Not a bad start. Better if we're going second, but still not awful. I want to build a Starmie. Starmie decks are strong. Starmie EX is probably the most consistent high damage dealer in the game, only being kept down by like Pikachu being viable and strong. I don't remember what Venusaur's attack is. Could be 60. Yeah, that's Venusaur. I think Ivysaur has a 60 power attack for 2 energy. I could be wrong. Could be 40. But it could be 3 as well. If so, we shouldn't have evolved Arbok. Oh, it's for 3. I hadn't run into almost any Venusaur until today. So still a little rusty on it. So we should have just attacked with the Ekans. We would have been outside of KO range and got a little bit of damage on him early enough to make that second turn Arbok a KO here. I want to make sure that Arbok can't get KO'd here from the Bulbasaur line. It's over. What, our game? Oh. Yeah, we could have... Bruise. Yeah, we should have KO'd it. I don't know what we were doing. You're right. That's the one that has the energy on it. Then evolving this one wouldn't have been great. Took a nap and forgot stream was on. Well, Carne, I appreciate you helping the numbers a little bit. Hopefully you had a good nap. Apparently I need a nap. Alright, so their Ivysaur or Venusaur is going to be able to KO us here. I guess we could have retreated and kept the Wheezing alive. Oh man, we're fumbling this one. 5-0 with the budget Blaine deck. Nice, Muffin. Ah, Carne, I hope you feel better soon. So if they have a Giovanni, we're in a really, really tough spot. I don't think we have any more basics. Oh, we have coughing, right? For the secondary wheezing line. And so a Koga could help us here. Could help us out a lot, actually. Yeah, we only have one. If they had played another basic, we were just getting 1 extra point from the Sabrina line. And so we just have to find a way to destroy the Venusaur. Potion or Poison is a good start, but we're gonna need a Koga. Both Kogas in our bottom 5. I guess if they have a Giovanni, they can one-shot KO us. We don't have the output to KO this. Got this. We don't got this if we can't pull Wheezing back, though. Otherwise, it's like an Arbok. No, we don't have this. You're right. You're right. We don't have the output to do it. Have they Erica at all? Yes, in hand. Got the full art Blaine. It's a sign, Muffin. Sign. Both Kogas in our bottom. Very bottom of our deck, unfortunately. Said Venusaur is a 3-point Pokemon realistically. Once it's out, you win, unless it's KO'd. Unless the opponent has set up for like a big damage dealer, yeah. Can we report people for rage quitting? I don't think so. We'll go ahead and give it up and move on. We got the Koga, but we can't survive a single like damage with the Arbok. And then Claudia FPS with the massive 60-person raid. Thank you so much for the raid. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. If you guys don't know me, let me give you a shout out real fast. If you don't know me, most of my content has been on Marvel Snap. I started on YouTube, did a lot of YouTube videos, and then recently switched over and started dipping my toes in the streaming realm. And so with Pokemon Trading Card Game Pocket, I've been having a lot of fun messing around and trying something a little bit different, because I enjoy most card games and I really like the Pokemon IP. And so Tea with Milk and Sugar, welcome in. Hollandine, welcome in. Mighty, Elenka, and then Claudia, of course, welcome as well. If you guys haven't followed Claudia, we gave her a shout out. Definitely worth checking out. Let's start with our coughing here. We can evolve it into the wheezing right off the jump. How are you? Are you enjoying the game? I'm enjoying the game a lot more than I thought I would, actually, Claudia. So on like at the surface level, I felt like it was going to be pretty almost too basic. But as I've gotten a bigger collection, I found that there's a lot of ways to like build around like the counter stuff or the meta decks that you're seeing, and there's a lot of things that are at least decently viable. And so I've been enjoying like really like exploring that space. And of course, They have what feels like a new event every few days popping up. So there's always something that's kind of like new or refreshing about the game. How about you? Have you been enjoying it? Thoughts on Beedrill? I feel like Beedrill for stage 3 is relatively weak. If you can get it online, that's great. She's addicted. Keep the events coming. Yes. And I really like how player positive the events have been. So like the Lapras event. Especially with this new event. Yes, the new event I've been absolutely loving because it's a separate queue system. So whereas on ladder I'm not really facing necessarily meta decks as often. Here I'm facing a lot more of the like strong stuff, so I get a much better gauge of like if the deck I'm running is actually good or if I'm just running against kind of some like patchwork decks instead. But as far as the events go, like the Lapras event, I love that it's so player positive in that like if you lose there, like if you don't have a fully fleshed out deck, you lose in the expert match, you don't lose a stamina unless you win, which I think is like a really small decision. But also I think it goes a long way to show that like kind of like positive intent of wanting people to engage with it without trying to like bleed them for either money or extra like Pokegold to refresh those hourglasses if you don't get the card whenever you need it. Is anyone else having trouble queuing? I'm just getting a white screen with a loading circle. No, I haven't had any issues on my end as... Alright, let's go ahead and put an energy onto Ekans so that whenever we do eventually pull into the Arbok line, we can have him online and ready to go right away. What's your favorite deck? Not that it's the best one, but I really like anything Dragonite. I think Dragonite's payoff is really cool, but it's also very RNG dependent, like even once you get him online. So I like his ability probably the most. I've been really enjoying the new promo Mankey and the like a budget Blaine deck, surprisingly, have been ones that I've like gravitated towards the most because I'm still trying to pull my EX bird cards. I have one Moltres and that's the only EX bird that I've been able to pull. Arena's not a big issue here. The events so far are very relaxed. Yes. There's a pretty good time frame or time window on them, and so it doesn't feel like I have to play for hours and hours and hours to be able to compete here. Get our Weezing back in the front line. Sabrina eventually might be like a good game finisher for us. Gonna go 50, 60. So if we do, if we can do Giovanni, we can knock out the Slowbro. Budget Blaine is underrated. Yes. Can be more consistent than Charizard EX at times. It's really pretty dependent on getting your Ninetales up and going. But if you're able to draw into those, like it can hold its own against just about anything that's out there right now. So Sabrina on their end is fine. We can just retreat it again. Clefairy is interesting. It is. I don't know that I've seen anybody run Clefairy. So I honestly don't know what Clefable does. One Psychic for 40? Interesting. For a 2-card Evo, like you have a Farfetch'd that does that. It's basically regular Marowak, yeah. Marowak with extra steps. And I'm sure it has more base power, base HP. So it's a bit tankier, but you have to go through the extra steps of getting it evolved. It's not weak to dark. That is an upside, yeah. Weak to basic, though. And so we're going to be able to finish off the game with our Sabrina. So we knock out Clefairy, we get our second one, and then we just move Mewtwo out of the way. We kind of need our Arbok, though. Make sure that if they get a second copy of Mewtwo EX, that they can't just retreat it out later. Oh, that's metal? Yeah, that's not normal. That's metal. So it's weak to metal. Thank you, Drawn Off. Looks like metal, that's steel. Yeah. Yeah, my eyes are bad. That's definitely not normal energy. They had a really bad luck with evolving the Ralts, apparently. Dead to Sabrina. So we can't do 60 unless we get Arbok. A beautiful top deck. If ever there was a time for Arbok, it was right there. Let's go ahead and throw out the the Sabrina. We can take out whatever other Pokemon they put in. No Pokemon exists with normal weaknesses. Yeah, Drawn Off. All right, let's knock it out. Definitely an interesting path for the Mewtwo Ralts. Had they been able to get Gardevoir online earlier than that, I think they could have probably given us a run for our money, though, because it took us a long time to find those Evos. Yeah, I forgot to update this last time. That's now 6 and 3. Got one Mewtwo, but no Gardevoir. Pedro. I only got Articuno EX for the legendary birds. I'm using sometimes one Articuno, one Lapras EX. One Coughing into Wheezing. In 16 items. Yeah, until you get like it gets like built out and fleshed out. Sometimes that's just what you're gonna need to be able to do to like patchwork a few decks together. You could also run something like Blaine that doesn't run any of the like rare cards, and it does really well for the most part. Did I understand the choice? But why would you use the Clary line instead of simply Jinx? Yeah, I feel like Jinx sometimes, especially if it's like a water deck or a deck that like stacks a lot of energy, I feel like you would have some benefit in just doing the Jinx line. You could do more damage output a little bit more easily. Okay, so we do get Arbok for the evolution here. We'd be looking for the Wheezing for the most part. Yeah, Jinx can handle Venusaur, all of the water Pokemon, the like Charizard. You can get lucky and get a really stacked Charizard and do a lot of damage to it that way. I play both Pokemon with both Pocket and Snap, and Pokemon has so many little positive interactions that I wish Snap would have. Yep. A lot of little, like, just small, like, almost insignificant things that feel like they go a long way. Kind of like the Lapras event. I bring it up a lot because that was really surprising to me. Like, I lost on one of the experts, and I was kind of stressed because, you know, I wanted to maximize the output of the stamina that I was given, and then I realized that it doesn't take it away if you lose. And so, like, the little things that definitely go a long way. All right, so not having wheezing is a bit rough. See what we get here. Ooh. We do get the wheezing, so we can always evolve it, do Koga so that we heal it up. And we can knock out a Heliolisk as well. Do that gas leak, pull in the wheezing line. I'll go ahead and replace the coughing. And we knock him out. I wish there was a way to get Lapras, though. I have only one after over 20 open packs. I have 10 Pikachu. Yeah, the like odds of potentially having like a bad luck streak definitely hurt. It took me about 20, I think I'd say 15 to 20 to get both. I think it took around 10 to get the first, and then another like 10 or so to get the second. No Butterfree? I've got doubles up of all of them except for the Butterfree. Butterfree, I only have one still. I'm going to go ahead and make them take out the Zebstrika. Because Zebstrika's kind of picking apart our back line. I have a million Mankeys. It took me a while to find the first Mankey, and that was the one I was really looking forward to. Because I think it really improves upon like the Primeape evolution. Lapras EX, it's kind of just okay. But the Mankey one I was the most excited about. Got 3 Lapras before 1 Butterfree. Wild. Absolutely wild. I run the same deck with Giovanni instead of a red card. Yeah, I think the red card has limited usability. It really depends. There's a couple of matchups where like having a red card can be really good, but most of the time it's just a card that ends up sitting in my hand. And so it wouldn't be a huge loss to lose it. We're not going to be able to get the perfect win here, unfortunately. There's no way for us to save our Ekans. Red card is best in open decklist environment. Yeah, in random you don't need it as much. In like a tournament setting, having at least 1 copy can be really, really good. because you can gauge much better about like what potential cards the opponent has in their hand by knowing what they had in their deck in general. I think people might lose snap to this game. I agree. This one has a lot of like positive little things going, and it's just getting started. So we only have the first set, and we already have several decks that are like fun. I was thinking there'd be like 2 decks, with one like truly like running the show and the other one just being kind of a pity thing. But we have a lot, like a surprising amount of like decently viable decks that he says Snap has already lost me to this game. Yeah, I think it's a very real possibility. Like there's not a huge focus on like the battle or anything like that, but it still has a lot of things going in the right direction for it. Have you seen there's a working Android emulator that you can play using the Pocket, or use to play Pocket on your PC? Are you talking about BlueStacks? If so, I have it installed on BlueStacks. Usually BlueStacks runs much slower for me than just having it connected on my phone. You said LD Player? Does LD Player run it a bit faster? We're at 18 wins. Go ahead and claim some of our Stardust. And Stardust is going to be used for our flares and like burning our duplicates. And we have the extra hourglasses that we're able to pull here as well. So just by participating in at least 10, we get 2 pack worth of hourglasses, which is a huge win for me. So Jeff has been using it. I thought he had a tablet he was using. But I know that his is a little bit like wider screen, and so LD Player, if it can offer that, I might be sold. I'll check it out after I end stream. Pull a couple of packs. Heard Mimu was much better. I haven't heard much about Mimu. Go and open up a couple. Check out Jeff's video. All right, I'll check it out after I end stream. He's using BlueStacks against Term to Service. I would say it'd be the same as any other emulator. What if you had duplicates of EX cards? Are you gonna obtain the flare for them? Yeah, you can. You can change them in for flare on the cards. Not a great one. We're missing Executor, Moltres, Staryu, or Starmie EX. We have a couple that we can pull though. Decent one in the back here. I think it's a duplicate. Good rarity. In the right direction. But not the one we needed. Take a Starmie EX. Okay, another one. Moltres. Starmie EX. Yeah. Oh no. I don't need any more of those Meowths. So many of those. Would you say Marvel Snap is more skill-based? Possibly. Right now, so I think the best comparison would be comparing this to how Marvel Snap released, which was very much like, did you draw your Khazar? If so, you win. And so I would say that both being like early game, this one has a couple of different things going for it, but Snap had some really unique aspects that it brought to the game in like the Snap system, the 3 locations to really make it feel engaging all the way through. This one is much more free-to-play friendly all the way throughout. Not the Moltres I was asking for. We need Moltres EX. I should have specified. Said you've been using the myth for the bent packs. Yeah, I think the bent pack myth is fun to just kind of do. I don't really think it actually changes things, but sometimes I like to look for the bent packs just for giggles. All right, let's check Wonder Trade. I'd say Snap is more strategic with more lines to win. So I feel like in the early days of Snap, there wasn't very many like strategic like win lines. It was very much how you built out your deck and did you draw the things that you need? Like, did you draw your Devil Dino? If so, and they didn't, you probably won. And so Snap has definitely developed from there into much more like strategic involvement, but there's also a lot of like RNG elements that like you're kind of at the mercy of. So I think it's really tough to compare the two because this one is like just coming out. It doesn't even have a ranked system. It doesn't have like a big mass of cards. Most of the cards that we have are very, very basic. I still rue the day of the leader days. Yeah, the leader days in early meta was. You can thank Dara for that one. That one was his doing. The Dara or the Leech leader meta. And Leech was considered an awful card all the way up until that monstrosity was put together, and then it was just everywhere. No legendary birds. I saw the Executor EX, but I don't feel like we need to spend any to try and pull it. I'm not hurting for finding the Executor. Has it been a week since release? I think right at a week, Shady Player. But we are going to go ahead and wind down. I'm going to go ahead and find you guys someone to raid into. And I think we're going to raid over into Spraggles, actually. He's been doing a lot of really cool things. He's been doing a lot of coverage with the game. And so I think it's a great person to send over to. He's been live for a while, so he may not be live for too much more. But I do want to give him a little surge of viewership because his YouTube is absolutely exploding. He's been doing like nonstop coverage. He did the Invitational alongside Dexter. And so definitely somebody to watch in this game. Like, might develop into like a cozy sized level of YouTube, which would be wild. But we're going to go ahead and raid over. Thank you guys, as always, for being here for the amazing stream. We will catch you guys again tomorrow. Tomorrow will probably be primarily Marvel Snap. So we'll catch you guys tomorrow. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. We will see you again very soon.